Testing. James, turn my microphone again. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3.
I appreciate you making the time today.
Well, I really appreciate you having me on today. Thank you.
I don't know why I did that, but there we go. So apparently StreamYard has this like separate web page that you can use to stream like all your chats and stuff from various platforms if you're multi-streaming. And apparently they have this AI thing that is measuring how much sentiment or what the sentiment is. And they have like this up and down bar. So at the top you got hype, then good, neutral, edgy, and rough. Oh my god. It's so fucking stupid. Keep on being a silly Billy. Default mode. Okay, no, this is. I need to rename this. Hold on. You for a minute. Where's our video broadcast? There we go. Lock you in there. Anything brave? So bring over here. Oh, okay. Watch this.
Thank you.
I listened to some of the interviews
Okay.
you've given to other media this week, and you were.
That's a little too loud. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Volume seems good. All right. Can I mirror this stream? Try some. Testing, testing. Okay. Allow. Nice. Hold on. Can I window entire screen? Can I, okay. I got it. Okay. Never mind. Facebook is just not happening. I see the bots on Kick are still alive and well. Okay. Move this over. Yeah. Actually, I'll get rid of this multi-chat thing. Chat box. Oh no. My multi-chat box is gone. Woo-hoo, rip. Oh, there we go. Why is it? Why is that? God damn it. What? Streamlabs, get your shit together. Open. Cool. Sorry, everybody. What's that? No, just live right now. That's all. Just going to pull up the chats from Kick and YouTube individually, and just read off of that because my streaming stuff is being annoying. Took way too long for me to respond.
We're disputing.
If there's anyone who's watching this that can let me know of a better solution than just trying to for multi-streaming chat, other than trying to rely on just Streamlabs all the time, because I think it's kind of dog shit. But if there's anyone who's watching this that can let me know of a better solution than just trying to what's that for multi-streaming chat, other than oh, it's just been dumb. So, oh god, it's a nightmare. Oh. I need more monitors. Okay, let's bring up. Okay. Don't worry, it only took 15 minutes to actually set this up. Not like it took forever. Anyways, so got no one like really in chat right now, but if there's anyone watching this for VOD viewers, and I might just chop this up and then re-release that as its own video without the 15 minutes of fucking around. So anyone who watches my channel on somewhat of a regular basis knows I do gambling content and video game content from time to time, but I'm I'm starting to kind of change gears a little bit in the sort of content that I think that I can do on a somewhat more consistent basis. As much as I love gambling and as much as I love gaming and stuff like that, there's been something that's been a bit of a how do I put this? A bit in the news for a little while now. And one of the things I've started doing since I've gotten back to sort of streaming semi-regularly, and it also just personally, is that there are a lot of things in the world that is going on that I know zero about. One of them, which is going to be the topic that we're talking about today, is Alberta separation. This, hello, Jim. God, does that have to make that much noise? That's very loud. So what this stream is going to be is a somewhat of an academic research endeavor. I'm not an academic. I've never really done proper research on stuff. I've started trying to research stuff before, like on other topics, but this is a particular topic that is giving me some serious I guess maybe concern is a word, but maybe just more curiosity. And so what I hope to do is when people say, like, hey man, if you're hearing about a topic, man, don't just listen to social media or YouTube, just go do your own research. Well, this is the research part. I don't know how many streams this is going to take to get a full understanding, but it's meant to be an understanding of what Alberta separation is, why people want the province of Alberta to separate from the rest of Canada, and why some people, an even smaller minority, want to actually join the United States as the 51st state, which I think we can get into. I want to try to keep this as I'll be putting my opinions in here because I think it's just inevitable. Plus, if I say that I'll try to not put my opinions in here, then I start giving my opinions a lot. I'm just going to forget. So I might as well just be more in tune with reality. And just say that, yeah, I'm probably just going to make some judgment calls on what this is. But what this is, and any other stream dealing with this topic going forward, is to ask ourselves what is there to understand about Alberta separation? Who are the big driving forces, both people and political movements, that are kind of like underpinning this? And what I want to do is I want to start with sort of a framework about how we want to go about this research stream and every other research stream going forward. So the first thing I want to do is I want to lay out clear sort of some, maybe we'll call these ground rules for research. Number one, always consult first primary sources. That's what it says. Primary sources for all information related to stats, quotes, etc. That's ETC for short. Basically, if you guys don't know what this is, there is a massive economy that is built around basically telling you what other people said that they said. That is not going to be the thing here. When it comes to quotes, like let's say if we have a politician who says that I will make healthcare 10% more affordable. I'm not going to use some Twitter post. I'm not going to use some meme. I'm not going to use I might use a transcript, but whenever possible, I want to get video and audio first. And I want to hear what they said directly from them. I have been guilty in the past of taking people at their word. And unfortunately, I think that with this insane wave of misinformation that is like strewn throughout the internet and has for a long time, I think that this first rule has to be first and foremost when it comes to talking with people. So that's number one. Two, always approach individual we'll call strands of research with good faith and an open mind, but not so open that our brain falls out. So, like I said, I have opinions on this, on maybe some of the people or a little bit of the arguments that have been made in favor of separation. Personally, I think, just out of the way, I think separation is kind of dumb. 51st state. Well, we'll see. We'll see. The thing is, what I don't want to do is I don't want to just shit on people who talk about wanting to join the United States as a 51st state of Alberta. I don't want to just shit on people who, even if they make arguments that are dumb initially. Or at least I don't want to go into this, with poison brained, I guess. This is a stream of understanding. This is a stream of trying to get a good grip on what people are actually saying, and maybe not necessarily not necessarily just take it on their face, but at least don't immediately think that they're just full of shit right off the bat. So, 3. I think this might actually be I was going to put in a third rule, but this actually probably more relates to 1. And always look for verification of primary sources. So, I mean, if you got let's say the president of the United States says something about Iran, or let's say a prime minister says something about trade. If they say something like, "Oh, 50% of our trade is like through textiles to Southeast Asia," okay, so the primary source is that we look for that particular quote, and then afterwards we look for where is he getting this information, and maybe ask ourselves, why are they quoting that particular piece of information? Why are they, and not as in a suspicious manner, but more like, there might be dozens of sources that may all say the same thing, but you might want to ask, but I want to ask myself, why would they pick this one necessarily? And not to get like too like conspiracy hold or nothing like that, but I definitely want to try to get peace of mind for why people are quoting what they do. These event sounds are still way too loud. Okay. Does YouTube chat also have Timestamps? Can we get timestamps? Yes, we can. All right. I'm guessing these are probably like maybe channel follows or something I need to, but it's not showing up on Streamlabs. So if you do follow and I didn't acknowledge you, I apologize. No, that's actually should say on here. Event sounds, disable chat box notifications. Okay. Ground rules for research. What is another one? Probably. Academic papers, research, and yeah, academic papers, research, and all. To all my Fedboy fans, who you with? That's right. Academic papers, research, and all are going to be linked for further, for, I guess, reference. This is something that is going to be kind of like paramount that I want to try to do. With just adding like all our primary sources for rule number 1, they are all going to be linked for reference. And then I'm hoping that maybe I can also maybe write all this stuff out in terms of like maybe sort of like, hey, this is the reason for Alberta separatism. This is the reason for why it's bad, why it's good, etc. But I want to be able to say like, click this link and this will show you why it's good or why it's bad, because I don't I want to be able to give people the tools to look at this stuff as well. So it's all I can think of right at this moment. So I think the first order of business is, what is separation for Alberta, and why is it coming, or why is it being proposed now? Separation, not separation. I posted 5 comments, including this one. How many can you see? I can see 3 there. In God we trust. Well, let's see something. I'm a communist livestock. Yeah. If you're not seeing any comments, hold on. Let me see if. Darn censorship. Those goddamn libs. They're taking my free speech for chatting in some guy's fucking stream chat box thing. I want to bring up this video because they want us to be held hostage. That's quite the statement. We'll get to that in a little bit. God, my chat's a goddamn mess. All right. Okay, so what is separation for Alberta? I'm going to bring this over here and pull up another window. Oh my goodness. Wrong scene, man. Let's add another source. You know what? We use Google Chrome for our research shit. Why is Chrome not showing up here? Well, you know what? That's why. Gotta add a new source and name it. Boop. Yeah. Perfect. We'll rename this research window. Internet. Okay. All right. I think. You know what? I think the first place we should go to is the Alberta Prosperity Project. I started reading a little bit of the. What is it? There's like a pamphlet that they have here that I think it's like it's. I feel like it's pretty detailed, but we're gonna go through it. First off, though, what I want to do is I want to change this. It's gonna fit this to screen, probably not, but. And we'll zoom in. All right. So this is like I said, this is the Alberta Prosperity Project, which, as far as I know, they are the biggest, I guess, political driver of this, or basically the group that's spearheading this. And so yeah, we're gonna go through it. Do you think that the federal government will let Alberta be an independent state? I think legally it's going to be very, very difficult to actually see through, and there's already a whole host of problems with how this could turn out legally, especially if the federal government, if they are going to try to get involved in something like this. I think that there's going to be so many legal hurdles that I don't even think the federal government's going to be the biggest barrier to entry, or if the federal government does go through with this and accept this, then they could add in a whole host of conditions before they say, like, all right, you're free to go. You know, stuff like how much of the federal debt does the Canadian government saddle Alberta with, and then let's say that's something that a lot of people who are for separation say, like, no, we're not taking all this sort of stuff, and then lawsuits probably have to be filed, and then you have to put this through courts and then in front of judges, and then they have to decide whether Alberta can break off on their own. Like, I've told people this. I do not think that this is going to be as easy as they think it is. I don't think this is going to be simply just just like, oh, vote and we're good. I just don't see it there. So, all right. Do you think if Alberta separates, it'll have the full support of the Americans? Will Canada become the next Ukraine between USA and China? I don't know. I don't know yet. Can it become the next Ukraine between US and Japan? I mean, maybe. I mean, the thing is, like, I think that our current Prime Minister Mark Carney is making a lot of business decisions within Canada very quickly, and I think that if a lot of the things that he's currently working on actually come to fruition, I think it's going to make the idea of separating a lot harder. So I think this might be a time sensitive issue as much as anything else. Okay, so what does Alberta's sovereignty mean? Alberta is a land of untapped potential and resilient spirit. Today we stand at a crossroads facing a future where our province's destiny is in our hands. This is our story, our path to sovereignty and prosperity. According to Merriam-Webster's dictionary, sovereignty signifies freedom from external control. External control from what? Because, I mean, I could say I'm a sovereign citizen, but there are external controls all over the place that I can't. I have either very little or a lot of control, but not total control. Mark make friends with America's enemies. Sad. Well, I mean, I think if they've been our enemies for years, obviously trading with China has some, for me, a lot of like national security concerns, especially with the way that they rip off IPs and how the Communist Party is in literally everything. So, but like I said, we'll get into that. By definition, Canada is a federation. In a federation, regions delegate certain powers to a central government while retaining other powers for themselves. So the federal government of Canada has the authority over matters that affect the entire country. For example, the military, money, citizenship, telecommunications, mail. While the provincial governments have authority over more local matters like education, healthcare, natural resources, social services, etc. That is all true. Each level, in theory, has their own lane to stay within. Alberta's sovereignty, in the context of its relationship with Canada, refers to the aspiration for Alberta to gain greater autonomy and control over provincial areas of responsibility, distinct from the federal government's areas of responsibility. However, a combination of economic, political, cultural, and human rights factors, each highlighting the province's unique position, has resulted in many Albertans defining Alberta's sovereignty to mean Alberta becoming an independent country and taking control of all matters involved within the jurisdiction of an independent nation. So, this line, a combination of economic, political, cultural, and human rights factors, each highlighting the province's unique position, has resulted in many Albertans defining Alberta's sovereignty to mean Alberta becoming an independent country. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. Economically, Alberta has long been one of Canada's most prosperous provinces, largely due to its abundant natural resources, especially oil and gas. However, this prosperity hasn't always translated into equitable returns. Okay, so let's start off with the first note then. Got to bring this up here. So, okay, so the first note was separation of Alberta. 1. Seems like it's an economic issue, or at least under economic factors, which we have listed here. Oil being let's see, how do I Alberta oil, which makes Alberta prosperous, has not always seen full returns in the Federation. And yeah. So, calls for greater sovereignty stem from disproportionate financial contributions to federal programs and perceived unfair treatment in resource distribution. This line, perceived unfair treatment, I think is exceptionally telling. Hold on, let me hide this for you. So, perceived unfair treatment. Now, I know right here they probably have, they have the Canada's national energy policy. There's one thing that a lot of people need to understand about Alberta and the equalization payments. So a lot of people are pissed off that Alberta gets taxed more heavily than anywhere else. But that's also because we make more money. And in a progressive tax system, you're not going to have equal returns on anything, because you're going to have, and with Canada having a younger population, and on average we are richer than everyone else in the country, we are not going to be having, we're not going to have fair treatment in resource distribution. Like, we're just not, especially when half the country lives over in Quebec and Ontario. If you have two provinces that make up half of the entire half the country, like, resource distribution and fair treatment are just not going to happen. Like, I don't know, maybe they'll actually address this sort of stuff later on. Okay, but I think this perceived unfair treatment, I think, is a little bit telling. It must be sleepless night with the echoes of USA, USA, keeping Ottawa parliamentarians awake at night. Yeah, well, during that truckers convoy thing, certainly. Watching how Canada and Israel deal with security issues. Well, I mean, Mark Carney actually came out with a statement saying that they're going to stand aside with the United States over the Iranian strike. So, I think Mark Carney probably would be considered an old school conservative, I think, at least from, say, 20 years ago, which is probably apt because I'm pretty sure that he was actually in Stephen Harper's cabinet when Stephen Harper was prime minister many years ago. All right, examples of economic grievances. So Canada's national energy policy, and we're just going to put that, bam. We'll go to the Government of Canada and Wikipedia. Oh, yeah. So Canada's national energy policy and the economic equalization formula has transferred over $700 billion from Alberta to the eastern Canada. Well, you could just get rid of this, but this isn't an English lesson. With approximately 2/3 of it, around $500 billion of this amount, going to Quebec. I can understand why people would be a little pissed off. I'm sick and tired of the GTA picking our prime minister. We don't have a voice here in Western Canada. Well, I think that when it comes to, like, electing officials and stuff, there are some reforms that are, how to put this, our voting system desperately needs. But also, we have a lot of people living over in Ontario and Canada, Ontario and Quebec, and so if, like, our, I think they're called ridings. Unfortunately, I'm not as familiar with political setups in Canada as I am with the U.S., unfortunately. But when you have half the population living in those two provinces, they vote overwhelmingly Liberal for a long time, they're just going to keep doing it. Unfortunately, I understand, like, the money going to Quebec, it probably seems unfair, but I'm sure there's probably a lot more to this before we start once we start digging under the data there. Federal transfers of our own money for healthcare, education, social services, and infrastructure developments, i.e. provincial responsibilities, are granted by the federal government to Alberta via negotiation and results in less than half, approximately $27 billion of the $60 billion per year Ottawa receives through federal taxation coming back to fund provincial expenses. Um, does do provinces act? I thought the Alberta government, because we have, like in Alberta, we have provincial sales tax. Does that money not get sent to um, straight to the provinces? Although I have to imagine, like maybe some of this is also talking about like maybe universities and secondary education and stuff like that. I grew up watching American TV shows, American movies, American music. Canada's culture is America's. America's values are Canada's values. Yeah, I think we have a lot more in common with the United States than I think a lot of Canadians like to admit. Um, I mean, like they are our biggest trading partner. Well, I think it was. I'm not sure what's like since we have these tariffs and stuff like that, and since we've started looking elsewhere for other financial deals around the world, and who knows how much longer that position is going to be. But yeah, like we have. I mean, God, we have. We have so many people who live in Niagara Falls whose neighbors also live in Niagara Falls, but they're American because of this like DB line that cuts that town off by a little bit. Oh, good. I'm gonna need a lot more water than this. Um. Okay, so hold on. Let's make some notes. Money for provincial matters goes through Ottawa first, and then back to the provinces in the form of equalization payments that fund education, social services, etc. And what was the number here? 60 billion. No, the 60 billion per year. I'm guessing that's how much Alberta pays in taxes every month or every year. Alberta taxes to Ottawa. 2020. We'll go with 2024 because I don't know if the 2025. Oh wait, AI overview. Fuck that shit. Let's see. Fraser Institutes. Indeed, Albertans make an outsized net contribution to Canada to the tune of $285 billion from 2007 to 2024. So that's 23 years? Or 17, sorry. Can't do math. Wait. That's 17? Yeah. During that 17-year period, Albertans contributed $285 billion more to the federal government in taxes and other payments than Ottawa spent or transferred to Alberta. Which would only make sense because again we have like our employment rate in Alberta is exceptionally low, so we just have a lot more people working, and so we probably do take a lot less money in terms of social services. Now, I think you can argue whether that money should just be sent to us regardless in case we have any issues, but anyway. Alberta large net contribution reflects the province's comparatively young population with fewer retirees, higher rates of employment, higher average incomes, and relatively strong economy. In other provinces, Alberta's demographic and income advantages can help keep taxes lower and deliver programs and services through Canada's system of federalism, which includes redistribution programs. So, what is the provincial tax rates in Canada? Sales tax rate by province. Is this what we're going to go to? I'll go to Canada. Provincial and well, let's take an Alberta. Let's compare them to say Newfoundland. So actually, let's not have to go back and forth. So let's take Alberta and Ontario. Seeing as though those are sort of the two ones that are made. So for Ontario, if you make $53,891, you're taxed at a rate of 5%. Not bad. In Alberta, taxable income of $61,200, you're paying just a little under 3% more for that portion. I wonder if these leapfrog each other. It seems like we have a little bit more gradual, progressive tax rate. So 9 up to 107. So they pay 9% up to 107,000. We pay 10% up to 154. And then 12, 13, 14, 15. And then it starts to slowly taper off. Like it's... Oh, this is interesting. This is way more gradual, it seems. Although it's... No, actually they're pretty equal. Like 1%, 1%, 1% jump. But like the highest tax rate provincially in Ontario is 13.16. In Alberta it's 15. But in order to hit this, you need to hit almost $150,000 more per year. So I guess if you want to compare apples to oranges, $220,000 plus 13.16. So like realistically, income tax rates are pretty equal, at least on the sort of like middle end. But on the top end, like you have to make way more to hit this 15% portion. Okay, I think we'll have to go back to that. So we'll go through here. The net contribution itself isn't a problem. In fact, the ability to redistribute wealth can be a benefit in a federation, but many Albertans don't feel, there's that word again, don't feel they get their end of the bargain, particularly due to many federal policies, including over the last decade, which target Alberta's oil and gas industry. And despite a recent memorandum of understanding between Ottawa and Alberta on the potential future oil pipeline, Prime Minister McCartney has yet to meaningfully change course on several policies. When was this written? This was February 4th. Okay, so this year, what was the memorandum of understanding? Got it. Okay, so this is... Okay, so this was an agreement to strengthen energy collaboration and build a stronger, more competitive, and more sustainable economy. How many pages is this? 5? Okay. At this pivotal moment, Canada and Alberta, working closely with Indigenous peoples and industry, must work together cooperatively within their respective jurisdictions. So, one thing that's also to understand is that Alberta separation proponents, this line of respective jurisdictions is going to be a lot harder to really respect, especially when it comes to building of new pipelines, if Alberta separates from Canada. I think that at least this memorandum of understanding, this was November. Okay, so this was today's the 1st of March, so we're talking about 4 months ago. 4 months and change. I don't know if you guys noticed, but it's fucking wintertime. I would like for the federal government to say, like, okay, guys, we're going to start building some more pipelines and getting our oil out west, and start shipping it to China and India, etc. But, like, 4 months is... It takes an extremely long time to start getting these projects approved and even the groundwork for doing this stuff in terms of, like, environmental impacts and getting the okay from one treaty to the next, especially if you're going through Indigenous people's lands with this stuff. And negotiating, like, royalty rates is so, like, insane. And that probably means that there's so much more to this than what I think a lot of people who say, like, just build pipelines would ultimately say, yeah. Okay, so to foster the conditions necessary for infrastructure, including pipelines, rail, power generation, a strong and integrated transmission grid, ports, and other means that will unlock and grow natural resource production and transportation in Western Canada. As a result, Canada will be able to reach its international export goals and develop new technologies, including AI, and through innovation, and intergovernmental cooperation, be a source of clean energy to lower greenhouse gases. Canada and Alberta remain committed to achieving net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2050. I think that's a rather ambitious date. I think you would want to say like maybe 2070, maybe we could be net zero, but I think if we want to hit this target, I think we need to build a lot more nuclear power plants. But that's just me. Hold on, I'm just gonna. Feet were starting to hurt. My bro make 110K in Ontario and he pays 30K in taxes. I think I made 125,000 and I paid close to 30K. See you later. Have a good one. Hey, thanks, Jim. Appreciate you coming in. So 30K in tax. Oh, what is that? An effective tax rate of like 20? Is it like 28% or something like that? Or 20? Is it 20%? Yeah, probably like 25%, right? I mean, that's probably closer to 26.5 or 27 even. And that's not including if one thing to also understand is that we also got to figure out like how much money is it getting back during tax time as well. Because I mean, like paying taxes up front sucks. I would almost rather just pay the federal government every month and just let me keep my money entirely, so that just in case if I had to put something off, I could, or let's say if I had to save up for something, I'd be able to. I would be able to at least save up for that with my non-tax money and then pay the government back later. But I'm sure there's a whole host of reasons why that's probably not feasible in the long run. Okay, Alberta and Canada work together to achieve a shared objective of establishing Canada as a global energy superpower, unlocking the growth potential of Western Canada oil and gas, including LNG, renewable energy, critical minerals, and other resources that the world needs. This renewable energy thing always pisses a lot of people off because they think that it's just because everything is so fucking brain broken that as soon as people say renewable energy, that also means like everything's just woke and gay and shit. But this also means, this can mean nuclear, this can mean solar, this could also mean wind. And, you know, there's problems with each one. But I think that if people who are on the more, I guess, like what you would call like far right political spectrum leaning, they can't just look at renewable energy as just like, no, this is just woke and green agenda, et cetera, et cetera. Having renewable energy in some places will be beneficial. I know people who have solar panels on their house and they will never go back to having hydro. And good for them. I'm glad it works. So, I don't know, like, this right here, I think you would never get this under a Trudeau government. And I think that a lot of people need to recognize that, because I think there is a lot of problems with a lot of the way that oil and gas was portrayed in Ontario and Quebec, where despite them needing to use it all the time, a lot of people said, nope, oil and gas is dirty, gross, stop doing it, get rid of it. But that's not realistic either. So I feel like already this is a really good, and at least a good olive branch to extend to Alberta. So Alberta and Canada recognize their obligations to consult with and, where appropriate, accommodate Indigenous peoples. And Canada and Alberta are committed to respecting Aboriginal and treaty rights, engaging in early, consistent, meaningful consultation with Indigenous peoples in a manner that promotes reconciliation. Yeah. So, objectives: increasing production of Alberta's oil and gas, increasing electrical generation for consumer and industrial use, including meeting the need of AI data centers, while simultaneously reaching net zero greenhouse gases. Again, I think net zero by 2050 is very ambitious. Creating electricity and energy policies that address consumer affordability, grid stability, economic competitiveness, reducing layers of regulatory overlap, and simplifying regulatory system to ensure a maximum 2-year time frame for permitting and approvals, with the goal of shorter project approval timelines where feasible. I think this is actually, if in law, if we actually do move our way towards building something like pipelines. I think there was this one pipeline, I can't remember where it was at, but I think it was in like supposed to be like southern BC, and I think it took them like 8 years or even 10 years to even just get the sign off on environmental impact. Like, that's fucking insane. Like, I know that we're Canada, we just kind of red tape ourselves to death, but that is crazy. So I think like a 2-year time frame is a reasonable permitting and approval. Because I mean, the thing is, like, this also gives companies a lot of time to either help raise capital on big like infrastructure projects like pipelines, or maybe nuclear reactors, or AI data centers, or what have you, which allows the purchase of the leasing of land, equipment, building materials, people to put those buildings together, etc. Provide meaningful opportunity for Indigenous rights shareholders. So all this seems like on the outset is, listen, let's try to unleash our economic strength while still like trying to keep on track with a lot of the international commitments that we made towards reducing greenhouse gases, etc. Let's see. Canada. So this is the feds. Commits to consideration for mutual commitments. Canada will not implement the oil and gas emissions cap, which has not yet been put into effect. I think that'll be really good. Acknowledge Alberta's approach to regulating heavy electricity generation emitters through the TIERS program. I actually don't know what that is. But to provide long-term certainty and time needed by industry and innovators to develop the needed CCUs, direct air capture, nuclear infrastructure, etc. Immediately suspend the clean electricity regulations in Alberta, pending a new carbon pricing agreement. So I'll be curious to what this carbon pricing would look like and how companies feel about it. I think carbon pricing is actually not as big of a boogeyman as people make it out to be, because people go like, well, if you tax carbon, then they're all gonna just then all companies will pick up and leave. And it's like, well, no, not really. I mean, if there's an insane amount of money to be made and they got to pay a little bit for their carbon pricing pollution, then I think that's a good thing, particularly if you do have like pollution in areas where there's like residential, like residents living around, and you got schools and kids who might be more susceptible to airborne health issues if you happen to live in a place where there's like a fuckload of like oil sands dust or whatever floating in the air. So upon completion of the new carbon pricing agreement, factoring all of the measures to the satisfaction of both parties. So this again is like, hey, we're both going to agree on this before we actually put this in place. And then Canada will place the clean energy regulations on the back burner. Declare that Alberta bitumen pipeline to Asian markets is a priority. Collaborate with Alberta to provide clear and efficient approval processes under the Building Canada Act. That's good. Okay, so basically this says like any Alberta oil that gets pipelined out to boats are going to be taken out on deep water ports to Asian markets. And appropriate adjustment to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. What's that? In June 2019, legally prohibits oil tankers carrying 12,500 metric tons of crude or persistent oil. God damn. How many? What can oil tankers, oil tankers, crude oil capacity? Small product tankers holding 70,000 barrels to ultra-large crude carriers to carry 3 million barrels. Sheesh. Capacity Canada. What's our biggest one? Oil tankers in Canadian waters. So the Panamax up to 50,000, so that's the minimum. And then our ultra large crude carrier can hold up to 3.7 million barrels of crude oil. How much oil? Let's see, what would expected oil output? Let's see, Keystone. What was that gonna shoot out? I think that the Keystone Pipeline was gonna go through Canada, yeah? So the existing system was gonna have 600,000. Project capacity 830,000 was gonna be the capacity for Keystone. God damn. So even if so let's say we build another Keystone Pipeline, which is gonna be huge. This thing would have needed at the minimum the Suezmax per day, and then this could 830,000. So 8 put there 1.6, 2.4. So approximately 4 days, 3.5 days worth of Keystone Pipeline oil would have needed one of these ultra large crude carriers. Like that. Well, is that barrels? Yeah, barrels per day. So that's fucking insane. That's a lot of oil to be hauling over the water. But hey, if that thing gets run aground or something like that, look the fuck out, or something happens. Okay. So, okay, interesting. So Canada and Alberta together will agree to engage with BC immediately on a trilateral discussion of the pipeline project. So, if you guys aren't familiar with Canadian geography, so this is Alberta right here, and here's British Columbia right here. The idea is that we're going to build a pipeline. I'm not exactly sure where maybe it was going to be from like Fort McMurray or something like that. But basically, our oil is going to travel here, pipeline to here, up to, what is this, Prince Rupert, I believe? Yeah, because this is like one of the big ports that we use for transporting all kinds of shit. And then, or it might have been to Kitimat. And then it would have been put on a tanker and then shipped across to places like Japan, China, Philippines, all this area. So this is a huge undertaking to go. So the fact that this sort of like memorandum of understanding will also include BC, because it has to go through British Columbia. I think it's pretty good. Okay, so we get the idea. So, well, there's no legislation yet. It seems like Alberta and the Canadian government will have at least talked about how when the time is right to actually talk about building shit like pipelines and stuff, they're going to be positioned to be like, okay, we are going to agree that this is how we are going to approach it because of this memorandum. But also going back to the Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, like I understand why a lot of people who are in oil and gas were super pissed, because like, how on earth is it that like this Oil Tanker Moratorium Act should be like just gone? Certainly Oil Tanker Moratorium Act. Actually, what was the? That's actually something I should ask. What's average oil tanker capacity Canada? So oil tankers carrying approximately 550,000 oil. But because of depth restrictions, these tankers are often limited to 80% of their max capacity. So, okay, well, this is 12,500 metric tons. Oh, that's dead. Okay, the DWT is dead weight tonnage. Oh, yeah, this is like, it's the Aframax class vessels. Those moratorium was over 12,500 metric tons. That is such a huge. Smaller shipments. Legislate formalized and a voluntary exclusion zone have been placed since 1985. Oh, okay, so the coastal First Nations largely support the act to prevent potential oil spills in the Great Bear Sea. Yeah, I think the safe transportation of bitumen is going to be probably one of the biggest, because I mean, like, nobody wants oil on their shores, not. So I think that it's probably important to also recognize that the environmental impact does actually matter. So economic factors. Okay, bring up the notes again. So massive. Well, actually, maybe I'll call them massive because we're not entirely sure what the census scale is actually. Like, I mean, we looked a little bit, but who knows who knows if 12,500 is actually really, really huge in the real world. Let's see. Bill C-48. Crucially, the legislation applies only to tankers docking into Canadian ports. Wait, hold on. Bill C-48. It says the legislation bans large oil tanker access to ports on BC's northwest coast. Legislation enacted by the Trudeau government in 2019 effectively prevents Canadian oil producers from accessing Asia and other international waters. Bill C-48. God damn, we are getting into the weeds on this one. Right. The project of excellence, the intersection of sex and gender with other identity factors on energy projects. that's silly. That regulatory uncertainty as a major deterrent to investment in Canada, or that oil and gas investment has plummeted nearly 61% since 2014. I'd be curious to know exactly, is this, like, regulatory uncertainty certainly is a factor, but like investment has plummeted nearly 61% since 2014. Is it like solely because of the Trudeau government? Maybe it is. Okay. But this Bill C-48, why would they put this here? But this is an act to amend the criminal code. Bill C-48 tanker ban. Is there like just another C-48? Oh, okay. So this was called Bill C-48, but then it got changed to the Oil Tanker Memoriam Act? Or am I like an act respecting the regulation of vessels that transfer crude oil or persistent oil to or from ports and marine installations located along British Columbia's north coast? But like, why are there two Bill C-48s? Hmm. Okay. I said like don't use AI overview, and I'm using AI overview. So this is I mean 12,500 metric tons is still a lot of oil. So like, why would you only limit it to just that? Okay. I'll read this in a little bit. Okay, C-48, otherwise known. Oh, all capital letters like I'm yelling. Otherwise known as the oil tanker act, which bans any oil tanker from accessing uh, BC ports. Oh, BC ports. Those BC ports with a tanker with a capacity over. Well, it's not capacity, but prohibits loading if it would result in the oil tanker carrying more than 12,500 metric tons of these oils as cargo. With a carrier from carrying 12,500 metric tons of oil. Clarify this. BC ports in Northwest BC. That's Rupert. I'm sure there's other ones as well, but Prince Rupert. By the way, Prince Rupert has really good seafood. Go there sometime. Oil signed into so when did this? Oh, okay. So I went to the House Cons for the first reading, second reading. They had a committee on it. So this was like over 2 years in the making. $37. Okay. So then it received royal assent on Friday, June 21st, 2019. So that was a week after the third reading. Okay. Let's see, can received. Here, I would say signed into law. Received royal assent on Friday, June 21st, 2019, week after its was it third reading? Reading in the Senate. Okay. So insert a nope. Add link. Oh wait. I gotta add external link. Oh, is that how this works? I don't know if this actually. I don't know how to use this. Boy. Okay, I'll have to fix that up later, but bap. Okay. Text of the bill. Is this the actual statute itself? Okay. All right, so that's done. Okay, back to the Alberta Sovereignty Project. Holy smokes, we're already about an hour and 10 minutes into the stream. And there's already a lot to go through, so. For the past 60 years, the Liberal and Conservative federal parties have won federal elections by promising and implementing policies that transfer wealth from research-rich / voter poor Alberta to purportedly poor regions, most especially Quebec. The strategy was immortalized by the memorial words of Pierre Trudeau's 1980 campaign strategist Keith Davey: "Screw the West, we'll take the rest." It's quite an inflammatory statement if you take it at face value. Okay. Through the West, we are taking the rest. Last quote by Pierre Trudeau's strategist. 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 Good. I feel like I gotta be Kai Sinet right now and look these words up and how to pronounce them. But strategist Keith. I'll spell Keith. Keith Davey. Sounds like a Irish pirate. All right, well, now let's look up this quote and see what the context is. Frontier Center for Public Policy. All right, let's see this. The infamous quote, screw the West, we'll take the rest, from the liberal organizer Keith Davey during the 1980 election, drove Albertans bumper stickers saying, let the Eastern Bastards freeze. Damn. You know, if the Eastern Bastards did froze, and let's say it froze for 4 years, your boy wouldn't be here today. Let the Eastern Bastards freeze in the dark. Pierre Trudeau and his notorious national energy program. Oh yeah, we still got to read what the hell this was about. Oh, this is actual. Oh, this is actual. Well, that's kind of neat. An energy program for the people of Canada. Okay, we'll read that in a second. Has caused so much damage to Liberal electoral chances in Alberta that it continues to this day. This feels like it's a. Okay, this is a commentary thing. Yeah, I don't want to. I don't know if I want to do that. Must quote context. University of Toronto. Okay. So Pierre Trudeau's victory in 1980 saw him return to power, right to undertake the ambitious agenda. The establishment of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Was the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, was that? Oh, wait, that was not signed into law till that wasn't signed until 1980, was it? God damn. 1982. Damn, Canadian Charter. It's kind of crazy to think that it's how, because I remember we were a colony with Great Britain until was it 1967? When did Canada gain independence? Oh, I should remember this. Canada independence. Canada's independence was a gradual, constant process. So yeah, 1867 was Confederation. That was July 1st. That's sort of like when we were a territory. And then 1982, that's when we severed our last ties with Great Britain. Okay, so that would have been under the Trudeau government then. It's kind of insane, but so here's one thing to consider. And this is for anyone who is an Alberta separatist. If you're watching this, Canada is really only its own country for just under 50 years. The rest of the time, we've been tied to varying degrees to the UK. And this is where we're at now. Keep in mind that we are our own country since 1982. But we have been tied and attached to the hip to someone else for a long time. And so that the only way that we would have been able to get to where we are at today is because of what has happened in the past. And so I would maybe suggest that being more cautious about separation might be key, because if we don't, we have 50 years of progress on our own that could be upended because some people are just really pissed off, and rightfully so. Okay, let's go back to here. Trudeau had been defeated a year prior, was on his way out. The politics seemed for good. This article explores the rapid turnaround through the work of Keith Davey, a Liberal Party strategist who helped convince Trudeau to return to the Liberal leadership following defeat of the Clark government, and then executed a unique strategy that saw Trudeau win re-election. You're paywalled? Oh, go fuck yourself. Okay, we're not reading that. Okay. We'll have to read that later. so the NEP. Okay, hold on. The loss of over $200 billion of investment planned for Alberta subsequent to 2006 due to unreasonably restrictive federal regulatory policies, which, by the multiplier effect, has likely cost Alberta more than $1 trillion for increased economic activity, which have significantly benefited both Alberta and all of Canada. So, I think that maybe that this is interesting to read because they're like, well, listen, if we didn't have all these onerous regulations, we could have had $1 trillion and it would have significantly benefited both Alberta and all of Canada. So this is one thing I was worried that I was going to, or I should say I suspected that I was going to come across. Here, they're complaining about federal transfers of our own money for healthcare, education, social services. But just a few lines down, they say likely cost Alberta more than $1 trillion, which would have significantly benefited both Alberta and all of Canada. So I feel like this is an example, and I'm not even saying this is like intentional or malicious, but I feel like this is sort of a talking out of both sides of your mouth. And I think that to say like, hey, we're sick of these transfer payments, and also, hey, if we didn't have all these regulations, we would have given more money to Canada in the form of transfer payments. Yeah, I'm just gonna copy and paste this, but I wanna explore this portion here. Talking both sides of mouth. What am I? Yeah, there we go. Illegitimate or odious debt, i.e., money borrowed by the federal government, not for the benefit of people of Alberta or Canada, but to fund a political party's ideology or causes that most Albertans would not want to fund. Example, foreign NGOs, other countries, dictators, terrorist groups, foundations, etc. I really want to find out exactly what all their sources are for this, because I've come to find that a lot of people say we shouldn't give any federal funding to anybody when we've got people starving at home. And on the face of it, it sounds good, but at the same time, there's an argument to be made that if you are a country that is as rich as Canada, and we are pretty rich in a lot of ways, maybe we mismanage our money a lot in a lot of ways, but I think that having a foreign presence around the world that is doing either philanthropy or maybe critical medical research with other countries and donating money, supplies to them to help those that are vastly unfortunate, I feel like that sort of view is getting very much overtaken by this. We're just giving money to all these globalist elites, and we need that money here. Because the thing is that as if we, let's say, took every single dime out of Canada's foreign aid packages and just put it back into federal transfers of money across with federal transfers of money to other provinces like Quebec, they would still, like, a lot of people would still be complaining about this. And this is why I think that sometimes this argument right here does not work. And I think a lot of people don't understand, or do they just miss it? And I don't understand why why people can't pay attention. So, okay, so let's look here. Governance and legislation factors. I gotta learn how to put links in this. Okay. Governance factors. Legislative. Okay. Okay. From a government's perspective, sovereignty for Alberta means having the authority to make legislative decisions without federal intervention, especially in areas deemed critical to the province's prosperity and way of life. This includes energy development, environmental policies, and taxation. So I feel like we got over it a lot about that with the memorandum of the understanding. What's it called? Memorandum of understanding. I should actually put that in here. Actually, put that. Bill C-69 Impact Assessment Act, which would effectively block the development of new pipelines and limit Alberta's export of oil and gas. So I think we already covered this. The Oil Tanker Moratorium Act, federal carbon tax, all that stuff was already covered in the memorandum of understanding between Canada and Alberta. So restrictive legislation regarding oil development and exports. Hold on. Regarding I could just copy and paste this, but I feel like I need to type this up sort of like oh my phone's updating. Development and exports of oil and gas products out of our western seaboards. So let's see let's see. So I think I should also write maybe alleviated with the memorandum of understanding. Maybe I shouldn't put this here. I don't know. Standing between Alberta and Canadian government. Apparently I can't spell today. Okay. So, the federal carbon tax on oil and gas constrains the development, transport, natural resources, sustainability of Alberta's agricultural sector, which relies on the hydrocarbon industry to produce fertilizer. Now, I believe it's potash is one of our biggest fertilizer exports. But I'm pretty sure. I mean, which relies on the hydrocarbon industry. Like, I feel like this is a very broad label to be putting on this, and then tying it to Alberta's agricultural sector. But I don't know. I could be wrong. The inability to market Alberta oil and gas to countries other than the United States, which costs Alberta at least $25 billion annually, and the resultant loss from the multiplier effect of approximately $125 billion of economic output. So, so is these guys saying that Alberta is losing $25 billion a year, but we're also losing 5x? I mean, are they just basically measuring this out of a 5-year period and then calling it the multiplier effect? Because I don't know if this is actually like what this means, what they try to say it means. Again, I could be wrong. Let's look on the Alberta's agricultural sector. Let's look at that. Agri. Ugh, oh my god. Alberta agriculture. Um, fertilizer. Oh, actually. So this is Alberta grains. So now what is this? Is this like a federal thing or about? Or is this like sort of a collective farmers like co-op sort of thing? Not-for-profit farmer-directed organization that represents the interests and serves as a single voice for all Alberta's wheat and barley producers. Yay. Many farmers use livestock manure as an alternative nutrient source to offset fertilizer requirements. NMPs, which stands for nutrient management plans, integrate and balance sources of nutrients, fertilizer, manure, and soil crop requirements. So wait. So going back to this, the federal carbon tax on oil and gas, which constrains the development and transport of Alberta's natural. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, so they're saying that like if you're trucking in a bunch of potash, the federal carbon tax on oil and gas constrains the development and transport. Okay, I see. I see. What? So here's the thing. Alberta carbon tax. Oh wait, federal carbon tax costs. Hey, is there like a federal carbon tax calculator? I wonder if okay, so this is just for personal. So it's a carbon rebate for individuals or households. Actually, federal carbon tax revenue might be revenue 2024. Carbon pricing. Okay, so this is cleanenergycanada.org. Okay, so you are a. Let's see. So the carbon price added 17.6 cents to the price of gasoline. God damn. But however, the vast majority of households get more back than they pay at the pump thanks to federal rebates. Only the wealthy share Canadians paying slightly more overall. Carbon pricing is responsible for just 0.15 percentage points of a given year's inflation increase, according to the Bank of Canada. But industrial carbon pricing, so most provinces have their own industrial carbon pricing systems. Oh, wait, so Alberta already has. Okay, so here's the thing. Most provinces have their own industrial carbon pricing systems that encourage industries to reduce emissions. But Manitoba, Nunavut, Prince Edward Island, and the Yukon use the federal. Okay, hold on a second. Um, pricing benchmark carbon pricing systems across Canada. Okay, this is actually so right. If I remember correctly, the carbon pricing thing was sort of like the federal government saying, "Hey, everyone needs to enact a carbon tax, and if you don't set some sort of like carbon tax, then we'll make one for you." I think that might be correct. Let's see. Alberta's technology innovation and emissions reduction. Oh, that's that tier that we saw in the memorandum there. So the tier is at the core of emissions management in Alberta. Implements Alberta's industrial carbon pricing emissions trading system. Helps industrial facilities find innovative ways to reduce emissions and invest in clean technology to stay competitive and save money. That's so woke, bro. So tier regulated facilities will include those that emitted 100,000 tons or more of CO2 equivalent per year in 2016 or any subsequent year, or those that import more than 10,000 tons of hydrogen annually. So, so I'm a little bit confused. So Alberta has its own carbon pricing, and basically, if you were at a factory of more than 100,000 tons of CO2 equivalent per year in 2016 or any other subsequent year, then you're like considered regulated. So if you want to stay in compliance, reduce on-site emissions, including application of capture recognition tons. I wonder if they have like anyone from like the Canadian government that actually does like measuring of said tons or whatever, or if they have to report that themselves legally. Submit emission offset credits. Submit emissions performance credits. Purchase fund credits, but paying into the tier fund at the prescribed tier fund price. Wait, do we gotta like? Wait, do companies have to actually pay into the tier fund at a certain price? Or I wonder if like maybe that's the like let's say if you say put out 101,000 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, then you need to purchase like fund credits relative to your overdraft essentially. Hmm. Okay, the Alberta emission offset system enables the generation of emission offset credits that may be used by regulated facilities to meet their compliance obligation. I'd be curious what that looks like. We'll have to look at that. Okay, I'm gonna keep this open. Okay, so it does have the federal carbon tax, but now we have a provincial carbon tax, which is this tier regulation. So fall 2025. This is updated now. Was this a federal thing? Lieutenant Governor and Council makes the tier. God, this is a lot of. Okay, so this is just like high performance CO2 tons per benchmark unit. So choose a member repeating table and substituting the following. Huh. Okay. I don't really care about this right now. So let's see. Um. Okay. So the carbon tax on oil and gas is right now held at the provincial level in Alberta. So they're the ones that basically set the price of how much money you're putting up to basically offset your carbon output. I wonder how aggressive Alberta's carbon taxes relative to the other provinces. Like you'd think, um, you'd think that it would probably be pretty light. I would think, or just on the borderline, so that they can still have like their oil producers in Alberta continue to pump out more and more oil and gas. Comparison. Comparison to, let's say, Manitoba. Alberta. So May 2025, it would freeze tier fund price at $95 per CO2 equivalent. With that number going up to $170 per ton. God damn. Wait, hold on. Is this one 70? Oh, so Manitoba abides by the federal OBPS, but Alberta's not. So interesting. Okay. Um, uh, Carbon pricing. Uh, Currently in Alberta at, let's see, how would you rate this? Currently in Alberta, uh, currently in Alberta jurisdiction, but I guess federally forced to have. Is I'm sure there's probably someone who's done federal carbon tax analysis about how much money it's cost, but I mean, I know the federal government was like, this is supposed to be revenue neutral, so it's not like the government can just say like, oh yeah, well, we're going to be taking all this carbon tax money, because it goes back to people like 4 times a year, I think. Um, Carbon pricing is a a barrier to oh, all caps again. I'm yelling again. Is a barrier to transportation of goods, which also affects Burton farmers. Barrier only has two E's, or two R's, not three. The inability to market Alberta oil and gas to countries other than the United States. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that would tie into the seaboard stuff, right? With like the Bill C-48. Yeah, I think they're just kind of repeating themselves a little bit here. The federal government's planning to phase out Alberta and oil gas industry by 2050 while importing foreign oil from countries with lower environmental standards and social values. So I will say it is a little strange sometimes when I read that we import a shit ton of oil from Saudi Arabia. I think that's a little weird, but I don't know anything, so we'll look that up later. Oh, it's not going well. Okay, sorry about that. All right. Alberta, our federal government plans to phase out Alberta's oil and gas industry by 2050. This right here is a massive statement. Now, I wouldn't put it past the Trudeau government for making such a claim. Let's see this here. So this is a roadmap, and then what does the government of Alberta say about this? So I'll be curious to see if anyone on the Alberta side of things actually who is for separation would be quick to blame the feds, but I don't know if anyone would be understanding of that Alberta also has their own plan to decarbonize. I mean, at some point you kind of need to. You can't just be using oil and gas forever. So the emissions reduction and energy development plan is Alberta's approach to enhance our position as a global leader in emissions reductions, clean tech, innovation, guided by 8 strategic directions and principles. Okay. So Alberta's plan includes an aspiration to achieve a carbon neutral economy by 2050. Ooh. This will require working with our industries to build achievable pathways to reduce emissions across all sectors. It will require new technologies not currently scalable or even viable. Alberta was the first jurisdiction in North America to put a carbon price on industrial emissions in 2007. So this has been around for a minute. Let's see. Jobs, reduce emissions, help Albertans adapt to climate change, review the tier regulation by the end of 2026 to ensure the policy is delivering the intended outcomes while protecting competitiveness. Interesting. I wonder if this has been any update on this since Daniel Smith, our premier, took over. Okay, So the Alberta Emissions Reduction Energy Development Plan. Detailed infos, policy. Oh. Alberta Emissions Reduction Energy Development Plan. This was published April 2023. Oh, I got my notes up again. So the Daniel Smith government has already this is from Daniel Smith. It is my pleasure to introduce the Alberta Emissions Reduction Energy Development Plan, which charts Alberta's course for cutting emissions, attracting investment, yada, yada, yada. For decades, Alberta has paved the way in climate and emissions reduction policy, building a reputation for world-class technological expertise. This is an Alberta-made plan built with our expertise, our unique emissions profile, and our economic circumstances. Instead of moving away from hydrocarbons, we will use these resources in innovative ways to ensure Alberta continues to provide the world with sustainably produced energy and products. Our approach is to reducing emissions based on reality instead of unachievable targets set to random timelines. Plan applies a provincial and global lens, recognizing the need to adapt and pivot. This plan also represents our continued work to support democracy and human rights by displacing oil and gas from Russia, Venezuela, and other less democratic jurisdictions with weaker environmental standards compared to Alberta. So I was as I was reading this, I was wondering if maybe there was going to be some talk about either the Paris Climate Accords, or if there was anything about the federal government. But it seems like this is worded in such a way to make it seem like, hey, we're going to do our thing, and we are going to be realistic in the sort of targets that we can hit. What are our targets anyway? I mean, I know it's like zero's the goal, but targets. So a lot of this stuff in 2015, that was when Rachel Notley was the premier with the NDP. And like it's, well, let me move my camera for a second. So you see up here that like all these goals that that were put in place for 2015, we're achieving our goal. Emissions remain below the limit. We're on track to surpass our goal. On track to meet or surpass our goal. On track to meet or surpass our goal. So all this stuff, and I'm gonna take a wild guess and say that 2015. When were the Paris Climate Accords? Paris Climate Agreement adopted in 2015 and enforced since 2016. I'm going to guess that all this stuff was in line with the Paris Agreement, and every single one, as confirmed by Daniel Smith's government, has surpassed our goals, achieving our goals, on track to meet or surpass, on track to meet or surpass. So, like, I just feel like maybe like the restrictive legislation is actually maybe doing, or at least it's maybe not as onerous as people say it is. I don't know. I might be, again, I'm just a dumb fuck who's just trying to learn shit, so. Oh. Okay. So. Uh, okay, so, well, this claim, federal government's plan to phase out Alberta's oil and gas industry by 2050. Um, this was forwarded, the Stephen Guillebeau or whatever, however you pronounce his name. That guy seemed like a complete whack job, but again, don't want to cast judgment, right? So, I mean, I guess like with decarbonization, countries that focus on producing hydrocarbons with ultra low production emissions. I mean, if you were able to like make oil and gas literally like with zero carbon emissions, I mean, I guess it probably would be more expensive considering the technology you'd probably need to invest in something like that. So, federal government's focused on decarbonizing oil and gas sectors, both a plan to protect the planet for future generations and to enhance the short and long-term competitiveness of the industry. Yeah, so I think I think this line of like the federal government's plan to phase out Alberta's oil and gas industry by 2050, this feels like a line that is, again, true, but this part of like importing foreign oil with countries with lower environmental standards and social values, I I think that you'll probably see. Well, hold on. Do we even have enough oil, or like, are we even outputting enough oil to handle all our current energy demands now? 50. I don't know. The Hey, so the oil and gas sector is the largest single source of emissions for Canada, accounting for 28% of Canada's emissions in 2021. So, electricity transport, which you could probably argue is like from oil and gas. I almost want to say like almost blend these together, but I guess this is just day-to-day operations. Canada's oil and gas sector, GHG emission by production from 2000 to 2021. Kind of, actually, it's kind of insane that like output in 2020 was on par with output in 2018, despite like COVID just being a thing and shutting down everything. That's interesting. Emissions intensity by subsector. So oil sands, yeah, emissions are pretty bad there. That's someone who used to work in the oil sands. I have seen it firsthand. What's up? You're right. That's my queen right there. Okay. Okay. I think yeah, I feel like I'm doing a little bit more work than I probably should for this portion of the research because I think we just would do the claims and then we work and then we just basically build our stuff down as we take it on back and forth. The federal government's failure to acknowledge that Alberta's oil and gas industry provides not just energy for transportation, but also development of over 6,000 other products that we use routinely, cannot do without. This is medications, anesthetic agents, and fertilizer. Well, I mean, we kind of. I feel like maybe this is, again, this is also one of those things that's like, yeah, like, sort of true, but like unless you want the federal government to list like all 6,000 products. I would. This is frustrating because I wish they would actually put in sources for this stuff, but and the Canada hell. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna put this down anyway. So, you know what? I'm going to. Oh, I just brought this over. I'm gonna do this. Oh, fit to screen. Okay, there we go. Okay, so, federal government not acknowledging. No. what is the spelling, bro? Oh my god. Acknowledging. Good lord. Not acknowledging the various Vartius various products that oil and gas produce aside from hydrocarbon powered transportation and I guess industry use. Okay. Canada Health Act, which interferes with Alberta's authority over healthcare as provided in the Constitution. Section 92, Constitution Act 1867. Are they really referring to this old of a document for Canada Health Act? And prevents creative solutions to improve. Hold on. Prevents creative solutions to improve access, quality, and cost. Globally, the Canadian healthcare system now functions in the lowest quartile of quality at the highest quartile of cost. Okay. So, all right, let's look this up. About the Canada Health Act. What section were they referring to? Oh, wait. Tier. Oh shit. About the Canada Health Act. It's Canada's federal regulation for publicly funded healthcare insurance. Under the Act, eligible residents of Canada must have reasonable access to required services. The services are provided on the same terms and without patient charges. Well, hold on. When was this put into? So 1985. Oh. So this is like, I'm guessing this is the federal act that allowed Canada to have health care. So, the Canada Health Act was the act in 1977. Cash countries. So this is just a bunch of definitions. It is hereby declared that the primary objective of Canadian healthcare policy is to protect, promote, and restore the physical and mental well-being of residents of Canada and to facilitate reasonable access to health services without financial or other barriers. But, well, how does this interfere? Which interferes with Alberta authority over healthcare as provided in the Constitution. But I mean, like, I could be wrong. I don't think the federal government is really interfering with the Alberta healthcare system right now. So, like, the thing is, like, they say here, like, the Canadian Health Act, which interferes with Alberta's authority over healthcare, prevents creative solutions to improve access, quality, and cost. So I think this is where they actually are maybe suggesting. I would love to know what their solutions are for this. Should they become an independent state? My guess is probably for cost or for profit healthcare. Globally, the Canadian healthcare system now functions at the lowest quartile of quality. So this might mean that there might be some amendments to the Canada Health Act that might need to be amended, or maybe sort of like an opt-out option, so that if Alberta votes for it, they could just handle their health care and they keep all those dollars that Ottawa would normally take from. So, all right. Notes. Canada Health Act prevents Alberta from being in full control of health matters of Alberta. Find source. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Culture and identity factors. Culture, the sovereignty movement reflects a broader sense of Western alienation, where Alberta's distinct identity and values feel marginalized within the national dialogue. Grievances range from historical injustices against Indigenous communities. By the way, a lot of people who talk about who talk about historical injustice against indigenous communities do not give a fuck about indigenous communities. Okay, so just let you know, keep that in your head. To cultural impositions by the federal government. I've got a feeling this is. I know what this means, but some examples of cultural grievances, including the federal control and oppression of Alberta's indigenous citizens. There's evidence but unresolved historical grievances, as well as the Indian Act, the Official Languages Act. Hold on. Before we continue, let's. Cultural. I'm going to also put in human factor. Because I saw that. Uh, Federal government. Federal government performing injustices against Aboriginal peoples. Injustices peoples. The Official Languages Act of 1969 by Pierre Trudeau, which included cultural change that promoted social engineering, that's a really loaded term, imposed the cost of bilingualism and prevented federal government employment for those who are not bilingual. There's no way this is true, right? Because I mean, like you could work for the CRA and not speak French. It's just that there might be some positions that might require bilingual use because they might need a certain amount of people to be able to speak in French. Because like it or not, French and English are two main language, official languages. Let's see. Official Languages Act 69. Okay. Well, we're going to go to the weeds in that later. The Language Act of was it 1969? Yeah. Official Language Act. 69 as quote. What are they? Cultural change to promote social engineering. Okay. But I think that social engineering line is quite interesting. Because, I mean, isn't all this social engineering at some point, you know? I don't know. Uh, the federal government's unilateral stated decision. Fuck, I got my dot back. God damn it. Federal government's unilateral state decision changed Canada to a socialist, Marxist, post-national state. Has anyone said this? Canada. Hold on. What was that exact phrase again? Socialist Marxist post-national state. States. Canadian. Oh. Okay, is there a quote with him saying this is the first post-national state? Justin Trudeau. Post-national state. They said this in the 2015 New York Times interview. Was he elected then? God, this is this is this is a picture that he looks insane in this picture. That's not a good photo. um. Okay. BBC Wiki. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau tells the journalist Guy Lawson that there's no core identity, no mainstream in Canada. This claim is followed by a statement on what the Prime Minister thinks are core values that all Canadians share: openness, respect, compassion, willingness to work hard to be there for each other, to search for equality and justice. These qualities will make Canada the world's first post-national state. All right. Well, that's a bit of a stupid line, but I mean, we do have core values of openness with each other, respect, compassion. I know a lot of people are going to be like, yeah, well, he's just talking about openness and respect for brown people that want to rape and kill our kids. Like, that kind of shit. So, Prime Minister's claims addresses unresolved questions about the Canadian identity. Who are the Canadians? What do they stand for? What are their core values? His conclusion of a post-national state is left to interpretation. But because of his comments that describe Canada as lacking a core identity, it's possible that a post-national state in the eyes of the Prime Minister is likely to be indicative of a perspective that is committed to being inclusive. So Michael McDonald's quote in the Vancouver Sun article is speculates Prime Minister's belief is stemming from a concern that holds caution over politically affirming a dominant culture that suppresses and marginalizes those outside the mainstream. So I feel like this line is that it is a unilateral stated decision to change Canada to socialist Marxist post-national state, but in this article, it just basically means that like this is the way Trudeau views Canada, and that like while having not a core identity, if we have the values of being respectful and compassionate for each other and willingness to work together and to work hard, I don't. This doesn't seem like this is something that Trudeau was actively campaigning to do, but maybe just an observation that he had. Okay. In June of 1971, the Canadian Multiculturalism Act of 1988. Okay. Let's look at this later. Federal government stated intention to relinquish sovereignty of Canada to an unelected I think it would mean supranational What do they mean, supranational? Is that an actual word? Supranational. Okay. Supranational organization like the UN. The Liberal government saying that Canada has no identity. And the federal government support of wokeness, cancel culture, CRT. Okay, yeah. That. It's interesting, like, reading through this, that they actually, like, it always seems to start off with, like, a couple of, like, very, like, solid and very reasonable objections, and then it just kind of, like, degrades to, like, hey, we don't want to be dealing with all those queers in the UN, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's what this is starting to go. Human rights factors. Okay, so Canada seems like more of an observation than a defined policy agenda. Uh, wants to give, hold on, liberals are giving Canada away to the UN in terms of wokeness, critical race theory. God, I thought we were done with that shit back in 2017. Guess I was wrong. Cancel culture, rewriting history, and tearing down of historical monuments. Monuments. Let's see. Human rights factors. I'm guessing using a questionable public health crisis to infringe on basic constitutional freedoms. Freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom to travel, and mortgage the future of children with grossly wasteful spending and crippling debt. Federal government's plan to eliminate the right to self-defense, including the right to use whatever force is available to defend life, liberty, and property, and the right to own and bear arms. We do not have the right to own and bear arms in Canada. This is not the United States. The elimination of the supremacy of God, which provides a moral and ethical foundation for a civil society. Okay, I'm going to say something, and some people are going to get, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. I've had my notes up this entire time. Pay attention. Fuck. All right. Human rights factors. Examples using a questionable public health crisis to infringe on basic constitutional freedoms. Freedom of association and freedom of travel. This is most likely related to COVID and the lockdown mandates, which I'm sure you could probably argue whether they were overreaching for the government or... but like, the thing is that COVID was a wild time, and like I think like trying to use this as a way of saying like, no, the federal government's bad. Like every single government on planet Earth had to manage almost hour by hour a disease that they didn't fully understand and were rapidly trying to allocate certain health resources to save as many people as possible. The fact that I couldn't travel fucking sucked. But the freedom of speech thing, this is probably people just getting... I've got a good... I would really love to see the examples that they give for this, because probably like I got banned off of fucking Facebook for speaking about COVID or something, and freedom of association. But again, I shouldn't be inserting or not trying to be more good faith about this. I should be more good faith. and mortgage the futures of our children with grossly wasteful spending and crippling debt. I wonder what these people think of the Alberta budget that's going to have a almost a $9.2 billion deficit this year from the UCP. Federal government's plan to eliminate the right to self-defense, including the right to use whatever force is available to defend life, liberty, and property, and the right to own and bear arms. Again, this is not the United States. I know we're very interlocked as a country and as a culture, but now, personally, I think that the handgun ban was pretty cringe on Trudeau's part. I think that should be overturned, personally, because I think people should be allowed to at least open carry a pistol with proper training, proper background checks, constant screening, maybe mental health check-ins as well. This elimination of the supremacy of God, which provides a moral, ethical foundation for civil society. I'm going to tell you something. A lot of people who talk about this are some of the most degenerate people on earth. At least from, if you're talking about like the sort of conservative types that would try to use this as a way of like saying like, oh, well, we need to be more God focused and we can really do that if we're our own province, our own area. That is not going to happen. Okay. Founded the success of the Western civilization. Alberta sovereignty encompasses economic, governance, culture, and human rights dimensions, fueled by grievances against perceived federal overreach and neglect. It's a multifaceted aspiration driven to desire for greater self-determination and fair treatment within or outside of the Federation of Canada. So if I, let's say, register my intent, fill the form below. The purpose of the referendum is for an eligible Albertan voters to decide if the province of Alberta should secede from Canada and become a sovereign, independent country. Okay, so this is just a sign up for referendums and stuff like that. I know there's been like a ton of drivers there. There were like a lot of like campaigning and stuff along Alberta to help with all this sort of stuff. Okay. How do I put this? The nullification of self-defense. What's the other one? Okay. Self-defense, onerous, health policies that restrict travel, speech, and assembly, and elimination of God. Okay, so, all right. What is separation for Alberta? Why is it being proposed now? Put in separation is a referendum that by vote can allow Alberta to secede Can't spell secede. Secede and become an independent state. Right. So, actually, here's a question. What's a roadmap to us? Forward. Clarity Act from Bill C-20. Canadian government in 2000 to establish clear rules for any province that wishes to secede from Canada. Okay, so if these guys were to invoke the Clarity Act, they basically have to answer the yes or no question of, does Alberta want to secede from Canada and therefore forfeit all of its Canadian benefits and problems? The Act does not specify what constitutes a clear majority, but implies that more than a simple majority might be necessary to proceed with secession. The interpretation of a clear majority is left to the federal parliament to decide. So, oh, god damn it. I gotta hide this. So, I mean, like, what if the federal government says, like, hey, you guys don't have a clear majority, so you guys can't secede? Like, are these guys gonna accept that? The Canadian House of Commons is given the power to determine whether the question posed in the secession referendum is clear and whether the outcome represents a clear majority for secession. So, thing is, they need 10%. Was it 10% that they needed of Alberta's population to harness the power of signatures? And then, okay, so the provincial government has to conduct a referendum on secession after getting the 1,777,000 votes. Okay, so they want to get the signatures so that when they actually, when they actually apply for the Clarity Act, then they'll already have the signatures ready to go. Oh god, what is this? What is this fucking, like, formatting here? This is terrible. Huh. I noticed a lot of AI usage being used in quite a bit of this stuff. They're using this Jordan B. Peterson interview with Daniel Smith from 2 years ago? What are you giggling about? What the fuck? Ah. Okay. Jesus. Okay. So, Christmas talking points. This. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll watch this in a little bit. So, all right. So, if you are, let's see here. We got, it seems like economic factors for separation is, or to justify separation, economic factors seem to be like the big sort of the big how to put this, the biggest factor. Can I? How do I make this bigger? Oh, good. Too many commands. Okay, so economic factor seems to be the big one. This oil tanker memoriam act is fucking crazy. And then afterwards is governance and legislative factors, and then cultural and human factor impact. This seems to be like the weakest of the three sort of pillars of this. And we can get into it later why that is. So I think so can we add in a open graph view? Oh, I'm also setting coronavirus, so just ignore that. So can I just open up a new page? And okay, well, I can delete that. Create. Okay. All right. Who are the big players of the Alberta? We'll just go APP for short. Or I guess, well, big players. I'm making this sound like it's a boss, like a mob boss thing. Who are the people? Who are the people that are the most vocal for separation? Separation, not separation. God damn it. All right. Well, I'm connecting. What? God damn it. All right. Let's go back to our good friends of the APP. About us. Contact volunteer FAQ. Who's the head of the APP? Is it that Jeremy Rath guy? Nope. About us. Leaders. APP. Oh. Alberta Prosperity Project. Okay, so Jeffrey Rath. Also. So you got Mitch Sylvester. Jonathan Baines. Who are you? New CEO for the Alberta Prosperity Project. Okay, we'll go to the. Do you have something in here? Membership. Does this just show who's. Okay, Jeffrey Rath from the Law Society of Alberta. Right, what is this? This is a hearing? Like Jeffrey, is he? Hold on. The wild claims of Jeff Rath, separatist firebrand. I've got a video that we'll watch in a second here. Um, okay, Wrath and Company. About us. Oh, oh man, those are some teeth. Okay, so Wrath and Company, barristers and solicitors. So these is this like Wrath Wrath and solicitors? Oh, no, where the fuck did it go? God damn it. Wrath Company. Oh. So it started off in 95, was a God damn it, I have my notes in the way again. So this is Jeffrey Rath's I guess barrister and solicitor. So this is the law firm that Jeffrey Rath. I keep on wanting to call him Jeremy. Jeffrey Rath, a seasoned legal advocate for over 2 decades, experience in the forefront of advocating the rights and interests of First Nations of Canada. So, Jeff's impressive legal journey encompasses victories in significant cases across a wide array of judicial forms: Federal Court of Appeal, Federal Court Trial Division, Court of Appeal, Court of Queen's Bench, Provincial Court of Alberta, Supreme Court of BC, and Ontario Court of Appeal. His remarkable ability to navigate complex legal landscapes and champion the cause of the First Nations is exemplified in his role as lead counsel in the landmark Mikisew Cree Nation case at the Supreme Court of Canada. This case resulted in a unanimous 9-0 ruling in favor of the Mikisew Cree Nation. So, interesting. Uh-oh, what was that? Was that your Steam Deck? Good. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's oh.
Hi, Mr. Rath.
Oh, why is it not showing? It's YouTube live chat. Okay. Oh god, why does that look like that? Yeah, it doesn't. Look at his whole face; just looks all stretched out. Want us to be held hostage, Mr. Jeremy Rath himself. Oh god. Wait. Oh god. What the fuck happened? Ah. What? Hit the screen. Is it because I'm in theater mode? Is that it? Yeah, it's gotta be, right? Oh my god. Transform. Fit the screen. There we go. Take it off. Just go default menu. Hide this. Oh. Can I get rid of this, please? No? Cool beans. Okay. Let's see here. This is a CTV interview. God. There we go. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Meet you. I appreciate you making the time
Well, I
today.
really appreciate you having me on today. Thank you.
I listened to some of the interviews you've given to other media this week, and you were disputing the reporting that garnered all that reaction from the premiers. And I wanted to actually just get you on the record.
Oh, sure.
So we can
The
clarify.
Financial Times piece, I'll state for the
Correct,
record,
yeah.
it was fake news. I'm very careful with anybody to say that we haven't been offered any money by the United States. We're not seeking money from the United States. We're conducting a feasibility study on the availability of a sufficient credit.
Oh God, why is it doing this?
Facility to
This
get
is
Alberta over
already
the
a
hump, in the
disaster.
hypothetical eventuality that Ottawa is going to play hardball.
His eyes look extremely red. Like he looks higher than giraffe pussy in this. I mean, maybe he's not. Maybe he's just really tired or something like that. I imagine he's probably
And try
this
to cut
tired guy.
off our money once Alberta declares itself independent
Okay,
from
hold on.
Canada and
Let's
play hardball.
go back here.
That we haven't been offered any money. It was fake news. I'm very careful with anybody to say that we haven't been offered any money by the United States. We're not seeking money from the United States. We're conducting a feasibility study on the availability of a sufficient credit facility to get Alberta over the hump in the hypothetical eventuality that Ottawa is going to play hardball and try to cut off our money once Alberta declares itself independent from Canada.
So I guess maybe the worry is that if Alberta separates, they're gonna like the federal government is gonna say like, nah, you're not getting jack shit money wise. Like, is that the thing? Okay, hold on. Let's put some stuff in first so we can keep our stuff together. Jeffrey Rath, I think he's based out of Calgary, right? I guess would he be considered a treaty Aboriginal rights and environmental law? Okay, a lawyer out of. Hold on, why is it looking like that? Rath, and I believe he was stated as he's like the co-owner. APP. Wait, hold on. Is he legal counsel to the APP? That might be it. He's a figurehead. Well, hold on. Is he? I thought I saw something like he was a. I thought I saw someone like APP. Is he co-founder? Roland APP. Rath is a key figure in the APP promoting a Commonwealth of Alberta. Okay, so is the lawyer okay, so he's a spokesperson for sure, person and legal counsel so for the Alberta project based out or I guess he owns So does he? I guess he owns Wrath and Company. He would have to, right? Okay. Then owns Wrath Company. They're based out of Calgary, right? I think they are. Okay, they're just outside of, like, they're not even in like Wrath and Co. Like they're not even in the Calgary area. They're like way the fuck out here. Wow, is that the correct number? Yeah, it looks like it. Yes. Okay. Okay. So wait, has he? Okay, no, he lives just outside of this suit in a Nation 145 reserve, I guess. Wait, how far is like Calgary from this place? Like a 30 minute drive via the McLeod? Well, I mean, if you were to get to like right downtown, but this is probably more like 10 minutes outside. Okay. It's on a law firm specializing in Aboriginal all treaty rights and let's see what else they First Nations, I should say. Yeah, we're an advocate for accountability and transparency in governmental decisions and ensuring that the rights and interests of all clients are respected and upheld in accordance with the law. Okay, seems like he's done quite a bit of. Seems like he's done like quite a bit of environmental law, Aboriginal rights, treaty rights. So he's been a legal advocate for over 2 decades of experience. This this is like so office coded, you know, like the show The Office. Kind of like Andy from The Office coded a little bit, but you know, no hate. Let's see, class action lawsuits. Some of the COVID business restrictions, class action lawsuit. So they who are they suing? Class action lawsuit against the provincial government of Alberta, who face operational restrictions due to public health orders from the COVID-19 pandemic. So, so they're up against the province, but like, wasn't a lot of this stuff also federally, federally enforced? I know, like, I had to get shots for my job, but that's because we were like a federally regulated company. So, like, I had to. So when did they file this? What is a class action lawsuit? Class action lawsuit is a legal action where a group of people collectively brings a claim to court. This type of lawsuit is distinct from individual cases, represents and seeks the interest in compensation. Okay, so Jeez, I've been on this for a minute. Okay. Treaty rights and let's see. Okay, so Jennifer Rath, spokesperson and legal counsel for AP, owns a Rath Company, a law firm specializing in Aboriginal treaty rights and COVID-19 class action lawsuits. Oh, actually, I should probably write rights also currently involved or representing a COVID-19 class action lawsuit on behalf of Calgary businesses that were negatively affected by COVID lockdowns. I think it's business class. So appeals scheduled for March 10th, 2026, and a decision will follow. All right, let's get back to this here.
Canada. So, that FT article, starts out covert meetings between U.S. officials and fringe separatists. It was ridiculous. It was just a hit piece, by the globalist media. I'm really disappointed.
Globalist media. Let's see. Okay. FT interview. Jeffrey Rath. Let's see what this says. Trump officials met group pushing Alberta independence from Canada. I would give my left nut if it meant that I would never have to click another fucking button that says accept all cookies. Separatists from oil-rich province try to capitalize on the friction between White House and Mark Carney. When was this published? Oh, just a couple of weeks ago. Well, a month ago, I should say. Hold on, when was this interview done? This was February 1st, so just a few days after this updated. Okay. Or when it was initially published. Okay. The Trump administration has held covert meetings with fringe separatists from Canada's oil-rich province of Alberta as a rift deepens between Washington and Ottawa. Leaders of the APP, a group of far-right separatists who want the western province to become independent, met U.S. State Department officials in Washington 3 times since April last year, according to people familiar with the talks. They are seeking another meeting next month with state and treasury officials to ask for a $500 billion credit facility to help bankroll the province if an independence referendum, yet to be called, is passed. So now, is this $500 billion in USD? I think one of the things that the APP has said that they want to basically maybe peg either their new currency to the US dollar or adopt the US dollar entirely. The U.S. is extremely enthusiastic about a free and independent Alberta. Jeff Rath, APP legal counsel who attended the meetings, told the FT he claimed he had a much stronger relationship with the Trump admin than Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney. Yeah, because all you got to do is just kiss Trump's ass and you're good. Tell him he's great, doing the best, winning bigly, etc., etc. State Department spokesperson said the department regularly meets with civil society types, as is typical in routine meetings such as these. No commitments were made. A White House official said administration officials meet with a number of civil society groups. No such support or any other commitments was was conveyed. Would this line be no such support or any other commitments were conveyed? A person familiar with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent's thinking said neither he nor any other Treasury officials were aware of any credit facility proposal and did not intend to engage on the issue. The person added that no senior Treasury Department official had received a request for a meeting. These contacts coincide with the deterioration in relationships between the U.S. and Canada. President Donald Trump and Carney clashed last week after the Canadian premier suggested Washington was creating a rupture in the world order. Was this like his Davos speech? Oh, okay. Not gonna let me read this. It's fine. Yeah, probably. Yeah, this probably has to be the Davos speech, which was like a really good speech, and Trump is an extremely whiny bitch to get ass mad about it. So it says the U.S. was unlikely to provide any material support to the French separatist movement, according to people familiar with the American position, but the conversations underline the tensions. Carla Dade, Director of International Policy at School of Public Policy, described the separatist leaders as attention seekers. The Americans are more than happy to continue to play Canadians off of each other. And British Columbia Premier David Eby described the FT's report of the meeting as alarming because Trump is not particularly respectful of Canada's sovereignty. To go to a foreign country and ask for assistance in breaking up Canada, there's an old-fashioned word for that, and that word is treason. Hey, I worked there at one point. Not the actual oil refinery, but close. Besson caused a flurry of excitement calls among Alberta separatists last week when he described the province, the single biggest source of foreign oil in the American market, as, quote, a natural partner for the U.S. Wait, I thought we had... Hold on a second. Wasn't one of the things that the APP was complaining about was the inability to market Alberta oil and gas to countries other than the United States. Oh, okay, never mind. Albertans are very independent people who told right-wing podcaster Jack Posobiec there is a rumor that they may have a referendum whether they want to stay in Canada or not. The person familiar with Besson's thinking said the Treasury Secretary neither supported nor opposed Alberta's independence movement, but views Carney as pursuing a personal agenda to the detriment of the province. Besson believes Alberta could deepen its ties with the U.S. while remaining a Canadian province. Carney grew up in Edmonton, Alberta's capital. Ipsos polling conducted last week found approximately 3 in 10 residents of both Alberta and Quebec would vote for their provinces separate from Canada. But unlike Quebec, Alberta's independence movement has never gained any real traction. So the APP, 177,000 signatures to bring an independence petition to the legislature by May. Is this provincial? Must be. The talks will nonetheless stoke concerns of meddling in Canadian domestic affairs. We're seeing evidence of foreign interference, put into social media ad campaigns, the use of online bots, and MAGA influencer voter voices. It doesn't feel organic. We are being targeted by the MAGA crowd. Yeah, this is something that I feel needs to be seriously addressed. Is like, how on earth is even meeting with another administration and getting their because I've seen, I think it was Scott Bessent had basically posted on Twitter about how Canada or how Alberta should just become the 53rd state. Oh, of course. I'm logged in. Okay, hold on a second. I'll log in a second. Rather declined to say who the APP spoke to in Washington. We're meeting with very, very senior people, leaving our meetings to go directly to the Oval Office. What, like, just make names? Are we talking senators? Are we talking about congressmen? Like, are we talking about with attorney generals? Like, who are you guys talking to? Rath also said his group had also met officials from Quebec's separatist movement, which lost independence referendums in 1980 and 1995. Yeah. Good winner chicken dinner with those guys. Alberta's Premier Daniel Smith, who last year lowered the threshold for referendum, opposes independence for the province. The overwhelming majority of Albertans are not interested in becoming a U.S. state. Well, then why would you lower the threshold then if you think that Albertans are not interested in becoming a U.S. state? Although these are not necessarily... these might not have actually anything to do with one another, but... The Alberta Forever Canada campaign, a counterposition opposing independence, received 438,000 signatures by a December deadline last year. Okay. So, all right. This article doesn't say anything other. The only thing money-wise is that to ask for a $500 billion credit facility to help bankroll the province in case of a independence referendum. But like this guy is saying like it's all fake news. Hold on.
The FT, actually, I used to read it when I was going to hit people independent that Ottawa is going to play hardball. Facility haven't offered any money by the United States. We're not seeking money from the United States. We're conducting a feasibility study on the availability of a sufficient credit facility to get Alberta over the hump in the hypothetical eventuality that Ottawa is going to play hardball.
Okay, so you're not asking for money, but you're asking for money like just in case?
And try to cut off our money once Alberta declares itself independent from Canada. So, that FT article, starts out covert meetings between U.S. officials and fringe separatists. It was ridiculous. It was just a hit piece.
Trump officials met group pushing Alberta independence from Canada. Separatists from Oil-rich province try to capitalize on friction between the White House and Mark Carney. Trump administration has held covert meetings with fringe separatists. Well, you did hold a meeting with Trump. You won't even say who. Oh, God damn it. Why is this? Okay. Like, you did meet with the Trump administration. You won't say who you actually talked to. And fringe separatists. Like, you guys are a fringe movement. Like, hello?
By the globalist media. I'm really disappointed in the FT, actually. I used to read it when I was going to law school in London, and the paper's really gone downhill, if that's...
And now the FT, they're just a bunch of losers, bunch of fake news. This guy talks like Trump, like big time, man.
Trash they're publishing.
So what I had noticed when I read it was that I had read other reporting previously that you had made trips to the United States. So
well, there's no doubt. There's no doubt we're making trips to the United States.
What you are doing?
We've held press conferences to tell people that we're going to the United States. We're exchanging information with senior officials in the U.S. State Department over the aspirations of Alberta. For Albertans for independence, and talking to them about the types of things that would help Alberta move forward as a free and independent country. And it's already paying dividends. I mean, we had...
So here's the thing. If he said something like, hey, we're looking to build a movement to become Alberta, to make Alberta independent. And one of the things that we're concerned about is that how can we work with the United States government and actually make sure that we can have sort of like a working relationship vis-a-vis things like immigration, or maybe like foreign criminals and adversaries. Basically, how do we as a new independent state tackle the issues of international relations as it relates to like security matters? But that's not what he said. Listen to this guy.
We're going to the United States. We're exchanging information with senior officials in the U.S. State Department over the aspirations of Alberta for Albertans for independence, and talking to them about the types of things that would help Alberta move forward as a free and independent country.
Well, I mean, maybe that's actually like what he's talking about, but like, I don't know. Maybe I should just take back what I just said. I feel like maybe I jumped the gun there.
Paying dividends. I mean, we had Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent, the second most powerful man in the world, repeating what we told the State Department officials back in December, that aspirationally Alberta would love to have a pipeline through the U.S. Pacific Northwest to the West Coast, because we're sick and tired of David Eby threatening us with a veto and saying we're only getting a pipeline over his dead body and all of the foolishness that comes out of his mouth. And of course, the reaction to that from David Eby, when he saw that his power was being taken away and that he no longer had he was no longer going to have power to constrain oil and gas development in Alberta on behalf of his communist masters in China, right, was to jump up and down and have a hysterical little hissy fit and say that, you know, we're engaged in treason and that real Albertans don't support independence. I mean,
okay. Actually, you know what? We're gonna stick with our first rule here. Okay. Lockdowns. As met with Trump admin professionals regarding Alberta's independence and professionals regarding Alberta independence, including State Department. Excuse me. By ranking State Department officials. Officials won't say who. That's okay.
it was the most ridiculous display of on behalf of a premier that I've ever seen. He should be embarrassed, really.
If we take David Eby out of the equation
Sure.
for a second, can you understand how on the face of it, Canadians would view some Canadians outside of the ones that support your cause who are not necessarily unempathetic to the frustrations expressed by people in this province, but who would view the idea of, people here meeting with a government that has, spoken the way it has about this country as a whole as problematic and seeking money to make this happen.
I understand that there's a lot of Ontarians and people in Quebec that suffer deeply from Trump derangement syndrome, but we're not doing anything untoward. It's absolutely...
Guys, you just got TDS. All right, I'm going to make a judgment call right now. I do not like this guy at all. He just seems like just another figurehead for Trump. And I feel like he just wants to be American so bad. It's like, just move to the United States, bro. and let Trump rule your life, and then you can just just like drink all the Trump cum you can, and all you can eat, baby, all you can eat.
From our perspective, we're just conducting due diligence.
But by the way, just notice that the question that she asked. Here, if you guys notice something here.
People in this who are not necessarily Canadians would be out of the equation for a second. Can you understand how, on the face of it, Canadians would view some Canadians outside of the ones that support your cause, who are not necessarily unempathetic to the frustrations expressed by people in this province, but who would view the idea of, people here meeting with a government that has, spoken the way it has about this country as a whole as problematic and seeking money to make this happen.
I understand that there's a lot of Ontarians and people in Quebec that suffer deeply from Trump derangement syndrome, but we're not doing.
It's so wild to me that is his response. I mean, you've got this guy meeting with a administration whose leader has actively said that Canada should be a 51st state and that it should be annexed. Like taken over. Like, that's such a wild statement to just be like, oh, anyone's concerned about that, they just Trump derangement syndrome, man. Okay, whatever. Another judgment call. This guy is a fucking piece of shit.
Doing anything untoward. It's absolutely, from our perspective, we're just conducting due diligence on behalf of our fellow Albertans. We're serious professionals. I mean, I've
3 out of 10 Albertans.
Argued cases at the Supreme Court of Canada, for goodness sake. I mean, we take what we're doing very seriously, and obviously the attitude of the United States towards Alberta independence, which incidentally is overwhelmingly enthusiastic, is something that
Wait, what are you saying?
Take what we're doing very seriously, and obviously the attitude of the United States towards Alberta independence, which incidentally is overwhelmingly enthusiastic, is something that informs our movement going forward. If the United States said, oh God, we can't tolerate that, flies in the face of the communist New World Order, we'll slap a 300% tariff on Albertans if they leave because we want you to remain resource slaves of the communist government in Ottawa, it would be a totally different conversation.
God, this guy has a Trudeau derangement syndrome. Like, this guy is absolutely off his fucking rocker. Are you okay, bro? And, like, the thing is, like, this was done after, like, the memorandum of understanding between the federal government and the province of Alberta. So, like, this guy still thinks that, like, Trudeau is still in, like, the House is still, like, living in Ottawa and running the country. But, like, everyone's just a communist who doesn't go on board with this, and God, that is crazy. Hold on.
We'll slap a 300% tariff on Albertans if they leave because we want you to remain resource slaves of the communist government in Ottawa. It would be a totally different conversation.
Yes, I know Mark Carney is going to wake up in 6 hours and go like, man, I can't wait to continue making Alberta resource slaves so I can send that money to China. Man.
Conversation. But that's not the case. We're gratified that it's the case. And quite frankly, the Trump administration shows Albertans far more respect than is shown to Albertans by the government in Ottawa. Do you think 3 of us could get a meeting with Tim Hodgson to talk about the need for a pipeline to the Pacific Northwest so that David Eby can't continue to hold us hostage? Of course not, because they want us to be held hostage. So,
okay.
So I understand that there are Canadians that are upset, especially in Ontario, that when Alberta leaves, that Ontarians for the first time in their lives are going to have to pay their own bills and pay the bills of the Maritimes that we've been paying for years.
I think I need to do a dive on to equalization payments and exactly how they're distributed, but like pay their bills. Like, what you think, like they're just Like, you think they're just like people are sending thousands of dollars of checks to like people so they can like pay for their heat and electricity and shit? I mean, like I'm not saying that's not the case, but like I think they would be doing that anyway, with or without equalization payments. Like, what is this comment?
I understand that's upsetting to people, but they need to understand that Albertans are done, we're leaving, and there's no more conversation to be had. I know that's upsetting to people.
Do you believe, though, that the motivations of the people you're meeting with or in the Trump administration are altruistic? Like, do you think they want what's good for you and people who support your cause, or do you think that they're trying to leverage this to get the upper hand against the country of Canada as a whole?
I've studied foreign policy at the university level. I have an honors degree in political science, and I have an honors degree in law from the London School of Economics. Don't you think that Communist Ottawa is leveraging Communist China against Alberta? I mean, come on. I mean, we live
It does provide zero examples for how that actually plays out in the real world, but okay.
in the world of realpolitik.
But you don't
right?
mind being a pawn in that
We're
fight?
not a pawn. I mean, we're talking to them about our aspirations, and we have our goals and objectives. So, we're not a pawn. We're actually more like a rook or a queen on a chessboard, moving forward in the direction that we want to move.
Yes, all hail Queen Wrath, Queen of Alberta,
Move freely on
the first female queen of Alberta. This guy.
board. The pawns are the provincial premiers like Danielle Smith that are being manipulated by Carney and EB and Communist China to do their globalist bidding, as far as I'm concerned.
When you mentioned that you've met with people in the state,
Globalist.
do you feel as though that message?
I'm going to make a prediction here. Okay, so let's first off, this Jeffrey Rath guy is a total NPC. I'm gonna make a prediction here. How long? Much longer this video? About 5 minutes. I'm gonna say that he's gonna use the words Marxist. He is going to mention something about COVID-19 and lockdowns and and probably say something negative about vaccines and health and COVID mandates. He is probably going to say something. Let's see, what else? What else do I think that he would say? Like, what are like the sort of like NPC talking points? Yeah. You know what? I'm going to say something about COVID and something about Marxist, postmodernism or some bullshit like that. Let's see if he says it.
Just being conveyed to Scott Bessent, that's why he made the comments he did. How high up are the meetings that you're taking? Are there names, for example, of people that you're meeting with that we would recognize offhand?
I'm not sure about that. Probably. I mean, we're meeting at a very high level. People in our meetings are going, direct.
Stephen Miller?
I'm not going to say. I mean,
Why not?
We're not, because we're not. We have an agreement with the people that we're meeting with that we're not disclosing the identities of the people that we're meeting with.
So this was a covert meeting. Okay.
So,
Why not? May I ask?
Because it's an agreement. So that's all.
But again, like, would it be reasonable to question the motivation of making that?
Well, that's probably why we're not talking about it. We don't want them being bothered by people from the press in Canada asking them silly questions. They don't want to be wasting their time answering questions from the press, right? And we're fine with that. We don't care. I mean, we know already that our meetings are paying dividends when the U.S. Secretary of Treasury is announcing the fact that the U.S. would be open to a pipeline through the Pacific Northwest.
So he'll name Scott Bessent, but he won't name who he met with. He probably didn't meet with anybody important. I bet there's just some lackeys, but he's trying to make it seem like he's meeting with people way higher up than they actually are. Because, yeah, this guy's a fucking loser.
David Eby and Communist China out of control of the Alberta oil field.
May I ask then, in a different way, have there been conversations, among yourself or people in the movement with, for example, as high as President Trump?
No. Well, I mean, I haven't. I'm not sure about David Cameron. He's not really part of our movement and part of what we're doing. He's the leader of the Republican Party of Alberta. He claims to have been to Mar-a-Lago and whatever.
Do you think he's in the Epstein? Do you think what was his name? David Cameron, the Republican Party of Alberta. Do you think he's in the Epstein files?
We don't need to meet with with President Trump. We're really technicians when it comes right down to it, right? At the end of the day, our next delegation to Washington, we're going to have bankers, economists, corporate lawyers, et cetera, to help with this feasibility study that we're conducting, right? And we're going to be putting together, what a potential deal memo could look like, and put together a complete dossier so that we can just hand it over to whoever the government of Alberta is in power and say, hey, if Ottawa is giving you a hard time, here's an easy way out. There's a large credit facility that's available through Goldman Sachs or JP Morgan or whoever.
Like, what would JP Morgan? Like, why would they write you a note for $500 billion US dollars to help transition over to a country to like independence where you would, like, how on earth would you begin to pay that back? Maybe they'll go through it once they actually get the study.
On the question of feasibility and the situation that you just lay out, what does it say that if you are preparing for Ottawa, as you characterize it, to play hardball, that you would then lean on credit or whatever it ends up being from the United States? Like, to the people who
That's a good question.
support your movement, are you not kind of moving from one master to another?
The entire world runs on credit. How much does Canada rely on the United States? If Secretary of Treasury Besant, so what? If Secretary Besant wanted to end Canada tomorrow, it would take one memo to all of the bond rating agencies, Moody's, Standard and Fitch, and Poor's, to say that Canada is a poor risk because of all the various things that the United States is going to do with Canadian credit, and Canada would be over. So Canada is being supported by the United States. So just stop with this silliness and trying to create this conflation somehow or other between the Alberta independence movement and being beholden to the United States. I know it's a fear-mongering talking point.
But how do you not realize that you just contradicted yourself in 10 seconds? How on earth do you not just actually listen to this guy? So he says that, Canada is supported by the United States. And we went to the United States to ask them for, just in case, hypothetically, if we need some money, could you guys back us? And then she says, like, hold on, aren't you just swapping one master for another? And he's like,
poor risk because of all the various.
Are you not kind of moving from one master to another?
The entire world runs on credit. How much does Canada rely on the United States? If Secretary of Treasury Besant, so what? If Secretary Besant wanted to end Canada tomorrow, it would take one memo to all of the bond rating agencies, Moody's, Standard and Fitch, and Poor's, to say that Canada is a poor risk because of all the various things that the United States is going to do with Canadian credit, and Canada would be over. So Canada is being supported by the United States. So just stop with this silliness and trying to create this conflation somehow or other between the Alberta independence movement and being beholden to the United States. I know it's a fear-mongering talking point of the mainstream media with regard to Alberta independence, but we're not buying into it. It's ridiculous.
Well, let me respectfully.
The lamestream media.
Look at what happened based on the scenario you just have outlined. Because of our dependence on the United States, look at what they're able to exact right now. What you are telling your supporters, with great respect, is that you will be independent. You will be free of the suppression. Right?
Nobody's independent in the modern world. But do you think?
Okay, yeah, it's true on that.
That we would be running to communist China the way that Mark Carney is? Mark Carney's making Canada dependent on communist China.
No, he is not.
Quote a good friend of mine, David Redmond, who's one of the best, North American defense analysts going. David Redmond stated clearly on a policy panel, just 2 weeks ago, communist China is not a trading partner. They are an enemy. So you want to talk about treasonous, swearing allegiance to communist China in Beijing while invoking the New World Order and then coming back to Canada.
Oh, God, this New World Order stuff. I'm just, like, pledging allegiance to communist China? Like, what example is that? I mean, for all the qualms I have about China as a country, like, the fact is that they are still, like, we buy so much stuff from China, and they buy so much shit from us. I will guarantee you there's not a single fucking piece of clothing this man has that isn't at least made in China somewhere down the line. I don't know. Maybe he's rich enough he can be local. He's a lawyer. I don't know. He's not a brokey like me.
Threatening war with the United States of America under Article 5 of the NATO treaty certainly smacks as being a lot more treasonous than anything that we're doing.
Wait, hold on.
Treasonous. Swearing is not a trading partner. They are an enemy. So you want to talk about treasonous, swearing allegiance to Communist China in Beijing while invoking the New World Order and then coming back to
What does that mean?
Canada, threatening war with the United States of America under Article 5 of the NATO treaty,
Wait.
threatening war in Beijing while invoking the New World Order, and then coming back to Canada, threatening war with the United States of America under Article 5 of the NATO treaty certainly smacks as being a lot more treasonous than anything that we're doing.
And I have
Wait. Did Canada did Canada actually say they were willing to go to war with the United States?
to say, I have interviewed at least 5 ministers from the government in the last 2 weeks since that China trip and pressed them very hard on exactly what you're laying out. Is this really the kind of partnership that we want to align ourselves with? I understand the point you're making. My point is you have convinced people, and lots of them who have stopped me here, that what awaits a separate and free and independent Alberta is true independence.
No, there's no such thing as true independence.
Do you think your supporters understand that?
Stop interrupting for
What?
I'm
just asking.
90%
I was gonna make one comment about like why is his face looking so burnt on his sides.
of our trade is north and south with the United States of America. So all of this phony, we hate the Americans, Canadians should be afraid of Americans, Alberta must be completely independent from the United States of America. We don't live in a vacuum. So even the premise of your question, quite frankly and with respect, is quite silly.
So you basically don't envision, for example, ever being like truly free of the United States, even if the administration switches.
The premise of your
I
question,
mean, a Democrat could be elected
the
after
premise of your
President
question
Trump.
is completely silly. Nobody ever envisions a day where the Alberta economy is completely decoupled from the economy of the United States of America. 90% of our trade is north and south. So that's not going to change if a Democrat gets elected.
Is it really 90%? Yeah, probably.
All of our relationships, business relationships, familial relationships, etc., will remain. That doesn't make us less independent. I mean, the premise of your question, again, with respect, is quite silly.
I'll take it. That's okay. I'll leave it on that note.
Wow.
A threat to Canadian.
This is from 3 weeks ago. Won't say who. It describes federal government as just I mean, that was quite the interview. As far as federal government as treasonous leaders who pledge allegiance to communist China and invoking the New World Order. I just like this is such a like unhinged interview. I should probably just
disputing the reporting that garnered all that reaction from the premiers. And I wanted to actually just get you on the record.
Oh, sure.
So we can
the
clarify.
Financial Times piece, I'll state for the record, it was fake news. I'm very careful with anybody to say that we haven't been offered any money by the United States. We're not seeking money from the United States. We're conducting a feasibility study on the availability of a sufficient credit facility to get Alberta over the hump in the hypothetical eventuality that Ottawa is going to play hardball and try to cut off our money once Alberta declares itself independent from Canada. So, that FT article, starts out covert meetings between U.S. officials and fringe separatists. It was ridiculous. It was just a hit piece, by the globalist media. I'm really disappointed in the FT, actually. I used to read it when I was going to law school in London, and the paper's really gone downhill if that's the kind of trash they're publishing.
So what I had noticed when I read it was that I had read other reporting previously that you had made trips to the United States. So
there's no doubt. There's no doubt we're making trips to the United States.
Can you just explain what you are doing?
We've held press conferences to tell people that we're going to the United States. We're exchanging information with senior officials in the U.S. State Department over the aspirations of Alberta for Albertans for independence, and talking to them about the types of things that would help Alberta move forward as a free and independent country. And it's already paying dividends. I mean, we had Secretary of the Treasury.
A threat to Canadian unity appears to be growing in Alberta. A separatist group confirms that it met with U.S. officials over the past year, but won't say who was part of that meeting.
People in our meetings are going, direct.
Stephen Miller?
I'm not going to say. I mean,
Why not?
We're not, because we have an agreement with the people that we're meeting with.
The Alberta Prosperity Legal Counsel won't say which members of the Trump administration they have spoken with directly, but that the meeting did not include U.S. President Donald Trump. The group is now looking to create a feasibility study on how an independent Alberta would be able to fund itself. Separatists in Alberta need 178,000 signatures by May for their petition to trigger a referendum on the province's independence. Joining me now is Jeffrey Rath, General Counsel of the Alberta Independence Petition.
This is the face of a man that you see before he morphs into a Dark Souls boss.
Project. Jeffrey, I know you spoke to Vashi Kapelos. We had that interview air on CTV's question period yesterday, so let me put it to you.
Okay, so this is after that interview.
That may have missed your conversation with Vashi too. We talked about south of the border, but your response to...
Oh shit, hey Slots Player, how's it going, buddy? Sorry, I did not realize you were chatting. I had a window over it. Hope you're doing good. Hey homie, can I share your stream in a Kick community to help you hit 200 followers and 800 viewers? I also earn $1,500 per stream. Sorry, I'm just reading something in my chat. What's going on, Slots? We're doing some research streams for certain Canadian business. I hope you're doing good, man.
The article that came out from the Financial Times that you were seeking with your talks in U.S. officials with $500 billion worth of credit in order to possibly fund Alberta if and when you gain independence.
Well, first of all, let's be really clear. I mean, Alberta can completely fund itself without any help from the United States. We've already done a feasibility study on that. It's called The Value of Freedom, a draft fiscal plan for an independent Alberta. We send $70 billion a year to Ottawa. We get less than $10 billion a year back in federal transfers, and we get $10 billion in questionable federal services, including national defense, which we know isn't really any defense at all. So we can completely fund ourselves as a free and independent country. The only thing we're doing is conducting a feasibility study on putting in place a credit line to ease us through the transition of cutting off all federal tax dollars going to Ottawa from Alberta and keeping all of the money here in Alberta. I mean, we're very serious people. We're treating this as a very serious project. We're doing
very serious people.
Our due diligence on behalf of the citizens of Alberta. We are looking forward to the day where we leave Canada and we will be paying no more federal income tax, no more GST, no more carbon tax, and that Alberta will be the lowest taxed, lowest regulated jurisdiction in North America. So that's what we're working forward to. There's obviously, billions of dollars worth of reasons for Alberta to leave Canada, and nobody has ever been able to provide us a single reason that Alberta would be better off if we remained in Canada. And,
I could probably name like 3 off the top of my head. You would avoid all the pains and aches that would come with establishing independence. Two, you would save a ton of money in being able to, like, even negotiating with the federal government of maybe basically maybe reforming certain things that that make you off. Like, maybe you might want to say, like, hey, we want to keep a little bit more of our provincial transfer. Like, we want to send, like, maybe a few $1 billion less per year in transfer payments. And we want to kind of help, like, restore some of the infrastructure that's kind of falling apart in our own province. And I think Mark Carney is a reasonable enough man that maybe he would be, like, open to at least discussing it. I mean, like, you would not have to rely and be beholden to the United States, especially if, let's say, you get a Democratic supermajority in both the Senate, the Congress, and the presidency. And what if they decide, like, hey, you know what? Like, we're gonna, like, kick you guys out if they try to absorb Alberta as a 51st state. Like there are so many reasons why you don't want to do this. At least so far from what I've seen. Again, I still got a deep dive in this, but maybe I'll give some good reasons in this interview instead of just saying, like, hey, man, we're just trying to escape the globalist elite, pedophile, communists that are running our country right now. And we're going to go ahead and deal with the senile pedophile leader in the United States and meet with his cabinet. Fucking kill me.
Daniel Smith, I put it out to Mark Carney, I put it out to every provincial premier. Please tell us why Albertans will be so much better off financially if we stay in Canada when the day we leave, we no longer have to pay federal income tax or any other federal taxes, and will no longer be, subject to federal regulation of our oil and gas industry.
Okay. You're not going to have... okay, so, yeah, you're not going to be paying any federal income taxes. But if you become your own country and they have, let's say they go like, hey, we need, like, say, a 10% federal income tax, because federal means countrywide. And if you're your own country, you're going to be paying some sort of tax to help fund your basic services. Now, you might say, like, well, we're going to keep all the oil revenue and fund our stuff with that. Is it going to be enough to is oil and gas alone going to be enough to fund a military, fund all these social services, help improve infrastructure? And, like, if we're in our own country, do we need a passport to go between British Columbia and Saskatchewan? And what if they say, no, fuck you guys, we're not accepting you, or we're banning you from coming over the border? Like, what do you do then?
Let me just ask you, Jeffrey, too. Is it just purely financial? Is that ultimately all this boils down to for you and for your group? Like, there's otherwise doing part of this, but there's so much focus on this financial part of it as opposed to the remaining part of the country.
Well, that's a very big part. I mean, that's what they're threatening with. They're threatening us with financial devastation. It's fear.
Ooh. I mean, if you want to say, like, oh, well, the long-term vision to eventually move away from hydrocarbons, I mean, I suppose you can make that argument, but, like, if a government tomorrow says, like, hey, we're going to start building some nuclear power plants and we're going to start looking at some sites to help provide free energy to everyone in Canada so that you're not paying outrageous fees to power and heat your home. Like, what argument are you going to put up that's going to go against that in the eyes of, like, the average Canadian? Especially, like, when you just basically, in the previous interview, just basically said that there's a few of them that just have Trump derangement syndrome, and that's why they don't support your cause? Like, holy fuck, dude.
Fear on a going forward basis. So we want to show our fellow Albertans and the rest of the world that Albertans will be extremely well off when we leave Canada. We don't need Canada. Canada needs us. But they sure haven't treated us that way, have they? West Coast tanker ban, emission caps, production caps, net zero nonsense coming out of the world.
Okay. Oh, I will say, the tanker ban is fucking crazy. That is pretty fucking nuts. And like the emissions cap, that's also a provincial government thing that's being run right now, you fuckhead. God.
Economic Forum, on and on. Every time we turn around, there is some new silly regulation coming out of Ottawa to destroy our industry and destroy our economy. And the weird thing about it that we have such a hard time reconciling is Alberta literally supports the entire country of Canada. We even pay equalization to Ontario, for God's sake. 15 billion to Quebec, half of that to
Just I haven't looked at the full equalization payment table in a little while, but I'm pretty sure that Ontario has basically yo-yoed between being a net contributor and a net taker. So, seeing that Alberta's the number one driver of all Canadian equalization payments is just wrong. We pay a huge amount of it. Don't get me wrong, but this is more misleading shit.
On and on, and what do we get for it? We're mistreated. Our oil is referred to as dirty oil. We're just constantly disrespected on an ongoing basis. They want to attack our culture with things like universal basic income, where they're literally going to destroy the industriousness of our children. I mean, one thing after another. That's why we're leaving. It's not just financial, but Albertans need to know that we are going to be so much better off financially when we leave. That's why we kind of lead with that message. Imagine a nurse married to a policeman. They're both making more than $100,000 a year. In a free and independent Alberta with no more federal income tax, their family income and their take-home pay is going to increase by $40,000 to $60,000 a year.
Well, Jeffrey, let me put this. Yeah, and I understand that, and I understand again a lot of those points. I want to ask you too, because Melissa Lantsman did say today, we heard from the Conservative Deputy Leader about the possibility of Alberta separating from Canada. I want to play you a clip, and then I'm going to get your reaction to it. So let's listen to this.
Sure.
I'm an MP from Ontario in a party that wants to fight for united Canada, one that is resilient, one that wants to stand, one that can stand on its own 2 feet, one that develops our resources, that treats provincial autonomy with respect. I certainly understand the feelings of those, but I don't think anybody should be lobbying anybody on separation. I think we should fight here for united Canada, and that's not what the Liberals are doing. It is up to the Prime Minister to make the argument on separation, and we didn't have this before he was here. For many, many years, we didn't have separation movements.
Okay, so that was again earlier today in Ottawa. I just want to get your reaction to that, Jeffrey.
I don't want to be disrespectful to that member of Parliament,
But I'm gonna.
My response is, so what? I mean, it's about time that people in Ontario start paying their own bills, and they can shoulder the burden of the welfare economy of the Maritimes for once. Albertans are tired of it, and you need to be aware that there's a recent poll that came out that now shows support for Alberta independence at 41%. I actually texted it to your producer. So as our petition campaign goes forward and hundreds of thousands of Albertans line up for miles into the cold January nights to sign what they're calling the Alberta Declaration of Independence petition, that Albertans are leaving. I mean, we're serious about leaving. We're determined to go. And, Conservative MPs in Ontario, and, talking about national unity isn't going to stop it. Pierre Poilievre's speech at the Conservative Convention in Calgary didn't change anybody's minds. Danielle Smith saying that she's for a strong Alberta within a united Canada hasn't changed anybody's minds. We're leaving. I mean, people just need to get their heads around that and starting to plan accordingly.
This guy's way too confident in his movement. I'm sure maybe, I don't know, who knows? Maybe it'll be maybe half Alberta will vote for yes on this. I don't know, but that's sound like we're leaving. That's it. Cry about it.
Let me put this to you then. So again, it's almost 180,000 signatures that you're trying to collect by May. If the referendum, and it's a bit of a hypothetical, if the referendum goes forward and Albertans say, and they vote in favor of staying in Canada, are you going to drop this project? Will you drop this movement, or are you expecting it to?
I'm gonna say that. We'll see. We'll see what he says, but I'm gonna guess that he's gonna say, we will hold off for the time being, but we want to make sure that there is a fair election of people who actually, like, he's basically going to say something like, we want to make sure that A, it's fair, and that B, we feel very confident that Alberta is going to want to separate. And if it's not, then we're just going to keep on grinding this until we get what we want.
Continue even if you get to the referendum and it's defeated.
Well, first of all, we don't think that's going to happen. I mean, as our petition campaign goes forward, more and more people are flocking to our banner. Every time somebody like David Eby comes out and says we're not real Albertans because we support independence. Every time some
That's not why he said you guys are treasonous. He means treasonous because you guys are basically sucking Donald Trump's dick to get basically some support for your fucking movement. All right, now whether you might say like, oh, well, he's not actually supporting our independence, he's just going to maybe support us after we become independent. It's still support no matter what, from a foreign government that is not going to be taking you in as its 51st state. Like, how on earth is this not some form of treason? Like, maybe not punishable by treason, but maybe spiritually, you are absolutely sucking up to a foreign power in order to get what you want and to transition you from like the time that you leave to the time that you're fully on your feet. Like, if that even works out that way, like, what the fuck is your problem?
somebody like David Eby calls us treasonous, it reminds another 100,000 Albertans to go out and sign the petition for independence. So at the end of the day,
You just created 100,000 Jeffrey Rats.
we're confident that we're going to win the referendum. But to be clear, our view is that, in the unlikelihood of a no vote, we just roll up our sleeves and keep working the same that the Parti Québécois does. And maybe at that point, we look at forming a provincial independence party that's credible. To take this forward. But we don't see that happening. I mean, clearly the momentum is on our side. We're only 4 weeks into our petition campaign, and we've already moved the needle in the polls by over 10 points. So, we think by the time we finish our petition campaign at the end of May, that we're going to have over 50% of the population in favor of independence. And certainly then we'll have a 3 or 4 month referendum campaign where we can continue to talk to Albertans about the benefits of not having to pay any more income tax, doubling pensions for our senior citizens instead of paying refugees and temporary foreign workers more than our pensioners, et cetera, et cetera. A free and independent Alberta will be the wealthiest country per capita in the world. And that's what we're working forward to. We think it's a very positive project. We're imbued with a spirit of positivity, and we're very excited about the prospect of creating a new country.
Jeffrey, we're about out of time, but I want to ask you just for a quick update. Can you update how many people have signed the petition before I let you go?
We're well ahead of what we need to get to.
Does he even know? I mean, it's got to be over 177, right?
200,000 signatures. We're crushing that metric. Our goal is to get well over 1 million signatures,
right.
And we're a bit behind the curve on that because we haven't had enough canvassing badges out yet. But we're going to get there because we're now, as at the end of this month, we're going to be over 5,000 canvassers. We're on our way to a 10,000 canvasser goal, and as soon as we have our army of 10,000 canvassers ready to go, we're going to unleash an 87 constituency door knocking campaign. And, we're confident that we're going to get to the 1 million signature goal that we set for ourselves.
Jeffrey Rath, General Counsel of the Alberta Independence Petition Project. Thank you for your time today, sir.
No, thank you for having me on. Always a pleasure.
Jesus. Hey, DXR, thank you for the follow, my man. I don't know if you're still here, but I apologize. I'm currently just... Okay, well, it's almost 1:30 a.m. I'm gonna go ahead and get to bed here. Probably just revisit this whole thing in a little bit. I hope that this is probably gonna like be part 1. I'm gonna maybe just cut this up into a VOD and then upload it. But yeah, this is. I gotta be honest. The rhetoric matched my expectations. Jesus Christ, dude, this is gonna be quite something. Anyways, I'm off to bed, so y'all have a wonderful night.